to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Need to read the notice. As chair of the Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee. An executive session may follow. Sure, listen contemporaneously as to this meeting. All members of the committee and select staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom. Listen.
Mr. Chairman.
Sir,
It's distorted. The audio is breaking up, it's distorted.
What are they saying? I can't hear.
They're saying there's no sound.
What kind of sound issues?
It sounds like it's all just static and broken up when you're speaking.
Same as last week?
Try leaning back from the mic a little bit.
We're having microphone issues, I guess.
Oh, that's
That's better. That's better.
Not too
That's
close.
That's Costello. You pushing the button and you're messing with us? Hold on, guys.
Just you don't have to be right up in front of it. That's not a problem. Just sit back from it and you'll be fine.
Is that better, folks?
Yes.
Yes.
That's it. Sit back and relax.
Even a little further.
All right, thank you.
That's perfect. Perfect.
Don't go near the window.
All right, I will read the script again, and folks. As chair of the Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, in accordance with House Rule 67, the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee. An executive session may follow. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to the meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and elected legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen in and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by a Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been available to the House, available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting notice complies in House Rule RSA 91A. Anyone who has problems accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email, get your pens ready, hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. Phone number is 271-3600 or hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Christine Dyer is our staff assisting us today. Please note all votes that are taken during the meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required by the right to know law. Mr. Clerk.
Inventory.
Here in the LOB.
Seaworth.
Here and in the LOB.
Melvin substituting for Avalani.
Where are you?
I'm sorry, did someone say mute? They were muted? All right, go, please.
Yep.
Go, continue.
Callum.
Here in the LOB.
Mackey here. Nunez. Warden.
I am here in my office, nobody else.
Turcotte.
Here, LOB.
Derosian, substitute for Kraut.
I'm at home on Zoom by myself.
Boyd,
Here, LOB.
Huff,
Here, LOB.
Sullivan,
Here, home in my home office alone.
Susie,
Here, in my dining room, alone.
Baruti,
Here in my home office, and you will hear my dog bark. He's been acting up.
Cahill,
Here at home in Newmarket, thank you. Lone.
Di Silvestro. Di Silvestro,
You will be late.
I'm sorry, Schmidt,
I'm here in my home office alone.
Toomey,
Here in my home office alone.
Bouchard,
I'm here, home and alone.
Adjutant,
LOB.
Thank you. Do you have a quorum?
yes.
You do. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce House Bill, or excuse me, I'd like to open the hearing on House Bill 113 and ask Representative Michael Cahill to introduce this bill, understanding that Michael is no longer technically sitting as a state representative here, will not be able to ask questions of himself. So go ahead.
Question.
Go ahead, Representative Cahill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am,
Mike, we can't hear him here in the LOB. If you can get either closer.
okay, got it. I'm using this fancy gizmo here. Is that better?
Not much.
Really?
Oh my, okay, how's that? All right, let me get the volume up. Apologize here for the,
Getting a bit better.
That's better.
that's better, okay, who knows? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Michael Cahill, representing the towns of Newmarket and Newfields and Rockingham 17, here once again to introduce, and it's like deja vu all over again, at the risk of quoting a Yankee, Yogi Berra, introduce a bill to HB 113, relative to payment for earned but unused vacation or personal time. As I wrote to you last evening, this was a reprise of a bill that we worked on last term and passed out of committee and to the floor and out to the Senate, where it did not get on any of the omnibuses. So we are back today to talk about this bill. I've also given you materials citing, many of the situations where an employee loses what they've earned, and they do earn this. These are wages that they earn, and in many cases, the employer will pay them what was left on their pay stub, the vacations and such. In other cases, it doesn't happen, and this is because it's up to the employer policy, which in some cases I think we would agree is abused. And I've given you examples of those. And I hope that you will read and understand them and see that we could address this once and for all by putting everyone on the same page and knowing that once the vacation time is earned, it belongs to the employee and then should be paid out regardless of the circumstances of the termination of employment, whether they give notice, don't give notice, even if they're let go, and we're assuming that they were good employees and earning that vacation up until the time they were let go. Again, this has been the law in Massachusetts for over a century, and I know we don't do everything they do in Massachusetts, but I hope we'll do this one. There's a lot of work at the Department of Labor on this issue alone, and I believe Mr. Ogden will speak to that when he takes that witness chair, virtual chair. Any questions? I'll be happy to answer them.
Cahill, there's a question here in the LOB. Representative Adjutant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the member for taking the question. Just looking over this, this looks like it applies to as we were just discussing termination. Some employers have end of year policies where vacation time lapses, and it's almost like if you don't use it, you lose it. Is that applicable in this legislation as well, or does this just revolve around termination?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. That was part of the original bill, which last year the committee moved. That was a good idea, but really wasn't going to work. So this is the use or lose is still happening. This is only when you leave the company or you're laid off, that whatever you have left on the pay stub is yours.
Okay.
Are there any questions for Representative Cahill in the committee room? Seeing no more, folks, I have to plug in my computer. Has gone out of battery, so I have to look across the room. And I don't see any hands raised. I do have one question for the presenter. Representative Cahill, is this an all or nothing bill for you that you would only accept it if every single line 1 through 15 were to be approved?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm interested in, in edits as they may be needed. We did work hard on this with 3 work sessions last year, and this is the exact same wording. But I'm amenable if we will accomplish the overarching goal in preserving the earnings of the employee. I'd certainly be willing to listen. I know there was some concern expressed previously about when somebody is fired, for cause, but cause isn't defined in our RSAs, and it could be anything. We're an at-will state, and but if you have another idea, I'd be willing to listen.
All right, thank you. I have a question here in the committee room. Representative Huff, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, I have a question on number 2, where it says provides a means through which vacation time requests and approvals are processed. I'm not really sure that has much to do with what it is that you're asking for. My understanding is you just want folks to be able to, after they've approved vacation time, if they're severed from their employment, that they would get that back in monetary form. So I don't really understand why 2 is there. To me, that sounds like they're asking for their vacation when they're there, and it's whether or not the company approves it. I just don't see how that's germane to the rest of the bill. So I guess is it? I'm just, or am I reading this wrong?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Well, I think this is actually a fairly standard practice, but people should know, how they have to go about asking for time off. There is one of the incidents I sent you. There was a case where someone asked for the time off and it was repeatedly denied because of the needs of the company. And then when she left, she couldn't get her vacation pay. So normally there's a process where you request it and it's approved, and this is a sort of not that unusual. Again, I think it's just sort of a common sense thing that most employers probably do anyway, but it's just letting the people know how it should be done and that there is a process.
Follow
up.
So I want to be clear to my understanding. What I'm seeing here is not the idea that the vacation time has been earned and is already the employees to have. What I'm seeing is legislation that is saying that they're having an issue trying to figure out when they're going to take their time if they're still there. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not. Sorry, thank you. That's not the issue. That's not the primary issue, but I think this just sort of fits in with how an employer and employee understand the request and granting of a vacation and how much they have left on in their bank, etc. So I think this is not really an additional issue. It's really just part of the same.
Thank you, Representative.
Any further questions in the LOB? Any questions on Zoom?
Well, I think I saw Mr. Toomey.
Mr. Toomey, Representative Toomey, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This passed the last session in the Labor Committee 14-2, and then it passed the House. Why isn't it law? What happened?
We had the pandemic, Mr. Toomey, and the Senate looked at all the bills they had coming over and all their own bills, and they said, we can't do all of this. And some of them were given priority and others were not. The next bill we'll be talking about is another of these instances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Toomey. Any further questions?
No, thank you.
All right, seeing none, thank you, Representative Cahill. I'm going to call our next speaker, and then I apologize for the visual. I have to go mess around with some cords here to plug in my computer. So next is Rudy Ogden, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Employment Securities, Department of Labor. I apologize. Mr. Ogden, are you with us?
Where is he? Uh-oh.
I am. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Rudy Ogden, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Labor. I just want to speak briefly to this bill in echoing what Representative Cahill said. This is something that comes up quite often at the Department of Labor. For purposes of context, in New Hampshire, there are no baseline benefits law. Essentially, there is no law or requirement that employers provide vacation time or annual time or sick time or things of that nature. Accordingly, in statute, specifically RSA 275-43-5, there is language that says that these things become wages when due. In application, that has meant that the employer has the ability through policy or practice to define when these are due and owing. That is the type of language that allows an employer to set certain conditions or certain parameters that have to be met in order for the employee to enjoy the benefits. Just in terms of volume, because I know some of you do like to deal with data and deal with numbers. Typically, the Department of Labor, we handle about 250 to 300 wage claims a year. Wage claims are not us doing an inspection or investigation and then bringing an employer to a hearing. Wage claims are when an employee calls the department or files a claim with the department saying that they are owed something. Of the 250 to 300 wage claims that are actually brought forward each year and brought to hearing, anywhere from 20 to 30% of those might have a component of paid time off in play. I just would note that hearings oftentimes have multiple issues. So the employee might be complaining about lost vacation time and some other issue. But again, for purposes of transparency, about 20 to 30% of the claims involve paid time off or vacation time. And I would just note, in speaking with employees on this matter, some of them, I believe, when they get the policy, they either don't read the policy, or when they get the policy, they don't agree with the policy. So it's just something that even though we try to educate those folks on what the law is, they are pretty insistent on bringing the claims forward because, again, they feel as though the time is there and should be paid. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, just for purposes of context, this is something that comes up. And I do think when it comes up, it's worth remembering that there's no requirement that annual or vacation time be provided. It really is the employer through policy setting up or establishing those programs.
Do we have any questions here in the LOB for Representative Ogden? Vice Chairman Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for providing your data. My question is, are you aware of the department ever encountering a company who has essentially an uncapped vacation policy?
Uncapped in terms of no limit on the accruals?
Right.
I will be honest in saying I'm not directly aware of an employer who has an uncapped accrual system. They might be out there. I'm just saying I've not directly dealt with an employer with no cap.
Follow up?
And likewise, I'm not aware of a New Hampshire employer personally that does that. I have seen it in other states. And so my question is, I'm kind of wondering how the department would deal with such an employer and the idea of prorating vacation time when essentially it's unlimited.
Thank you for the question, Representative Seaworth. In terms of what we believe the application of this proration language would be, is if the idea is that it's not accrued and it's instead given out in tranches, such as every year you get 2 weeks, our understanding would be is that the person's time in the position, we would say, okay, they've been in the position a year, they get 2 weeks. They've been in the position 6 months, they get 1 week. They've been in the position 4 years, they get 2 years, they get up to 4 weeks. So that's our understanding of what the proration language here is meaning. Again, I don't mean to speak for Representative Cahill, but that's our understanding of the intent that he has put forward relative to proration, just that absent an accrual system, you'd be using proration to say what is the person's entitlement.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions here in the LOB? Seeing none, any on Zoom? Don't see any hands. Mr. Ogden, I have a question. This is Will Infantine. This piece of legislation specifically talks about vacation time. How will this affect companies that don't technically have a vacation time? They have X amount of hours that can be used for anything: vacation, sick, personal time. They give them 15 days for all of these things. Some employers do that. Does that need to be delineated here?
Chairman Infantine, I think thank you for the question. That is something Representative Cahill referenced, the fact that there were multiple work sessions last year on this bill, and that is something that was discussed. I would say that for our purposes, where it says vacation time, we again in RSA 275-43-5, when we're talking about these types of benefits, we do say vacation time, personal time, sick time. If there's just a universal bucket, that has at times come up as an issue if you're not able to attribute it outward. So for your question, when we look at vacation time under this bill, we would be looking at something where it's cataloged as vacation time. So if it's not cataloged as vacation time, to your point, that's something potentially worth delineating or defining.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions here in the LOB? Any questions on Zoom? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ogden. Signed up to speak next is Mr. Gary Abbott from the Associated General Contractors, who opposes the bill. Mr. Abbott, are you with us? I see your symbol.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Infantine, committee members. For the record, my name's Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I'm here today in opposition to the bill. Kind of a little bit of a repeat of a bill you had earlier. We are in support of companies developing their own office policies to address these issues. Whether it be vacation, sick time, personal time, this bill starts to cloud the issue of regulations by the state. Many employers have different regulations regarding vacation time. Some employers give vacation time, but have in their policies they can't use it for a period of time. This seems to be in conflict with that. There are many cases where some of these things are grouped together. I think we're kind of heading into trying to draft state policy for office policies that are developed by companies. So overall, as I listen to the Department of Labor, I'm not so sure that justifies the number of cases. I don't see those number of cases as a reason that this is a huge problem. It seems like there's a problem that the employee doesn't understand the office policies that are given to them. Office policies cover lots of issues, including retirement and other items. So we're here today to leave it up to the company to develop their own policies. And with that, I would hope that you would report this bill, House Bill 113, inexpedient to legislate, and be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions for the presenter on Zoom? I see Representative Brody has his hand up. Representative Brody, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abbott, especially contractors, sometimes contractors have to work more than 5 days a week, and they work a lot of overtime, and maybe some of these contractors pay by the day's work or hours worked. It's how they accrue their vacation time. And if you're opposing the bill, are you opposing that when the person leaves the employee that there could be a reason why the employer doesn't want to pay vacation time?
I think what I am saying is, first of all, most construction employers have vacation, sick time, retirement benefits, and all the rest. I guess what I'm relaying to you is in the construction industry, it's much more complicated based on season, based on the extra hours. Their policies can be a lot more complicated than a simple regular 9-to-5 business. And we really want to preserve that those companies have their options in developing their own company policies around what type of work they do. So I hear what you're saying, and I will tell you most of the construction companies have clear and set policies. We even have, as an association, an HR committee with all the HR professionals. I represent large commercial. They understand that in a dispute, the issue goes to the Labor Department, and there's an interpretation of the company's office policies. We think that's the right way to go. That's what we've done for many, many years, and would like to continue that. I hope that answered your question.
I'll take that for right now, but I'm just trying to follow up. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my arms around why when somebody leaves an employee that they don't get their full vacation time that's coming to them. And I think that's what this bill is trying to do.
I think to answer that is really a major concern is lines 13 and 14. For any reason, there may be appropriate reasons to have in an office policy that vacation time is not given. I know in previous hearings, I've heard of other companies that had those policies where if you leave me high and dry on something that has to get done or have to cover the thing, it may be outlined in the policy that you don't get your benefits, and you have to understand that policy. And that's to protect what the company's trying to do. So that specific one is very, very specific, and there may be instances in which companies that kind of flies in the face of having a good office policy.
I see a question, a hand from Representative Smith. You're recognized for a question.
Did Mr. Baruti, did Representative Baruti finish his question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mr. Abbott. Good to see you again, or good to hear you anyway. If you'll check line number 5, you'll see that the policy that the company has is important, whether it applies to you will get vacation, you won't get vacation. The policy is written. And so lines number 12 through 13 really reflect the fact that the policy drives this. Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying, but I think the whole intent here is starting to develop state statutes to put in place company policies. And I think overall, as a bigger picture, we're not sure that's a great idea in the sense that companies are different, policies are different.
You have any follow-up, Representative Smith? Are you all right? Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands on Zoom or any other questions here in the LOB. Mr. Abbott, this is Will Infantine. I have a question for you. You mentioned in your, well, first off, I think you heard my question of Mr. Cahill, Senator Representative Cahill, whether or not he would accept all or nothing on this, every line of this piece of legislation. And my question has to do with that to you as well. You mentioned in your testimony 4 times you want to preserve what is written by the company procedures manual or what they have. And you don't want legislation interfering in it. That being said, wouldn't line 5 and part of line 6 inform employees in writing of any policy regarding accrual or use of vacation time and any limit or accrued or use? Wouldn't that be, I mean, that's the basis of this entire argument. What would be the harm with having that sentence as a piece of legislation?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you, and maybe that was Representative Schmidt's question as well. I'm not opposed to reinforcing that the company policy is what drives it. My focus has been, as long as that is retaining the current situation, I don't have an issue with it. But I think getting into these other things where the company policy may deviate from what's required, that's my point.
Thank you. I have a question, another question for you here in the LOB. Vice Chairman Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I kind of want to follow up on the chairman's question because I was on this committee last year. I remember some of the discussions. There was some confusion with people I talked to, and I'm not sure we were ever all on the same page. So I'll ask you, as you read this legislation, if there is a conflict between a company policy is written and the requirements of line 13 through 15, which would take precedence? Would it be the company policy, or is this bill written so that state law would override any non-compliant company policy?
I think that would be an appropriate question for the Department of Labor. I would hope that that line 13 would be removed from this legislation.
Follow up.
No. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Thank
Chair.
you.
All right. Any other? I see Representative Baruti has his hand up. Representative Baruti, you're recognized for a question. You're on mute still, Ben. There you go.
Understand me better when you can't hear me, maybe. 13 and 14. Now, if I got fired today, for whatever reason, I'd have to get paid by tomorrow. What would be the difference in that? If I got fired, it's probably an unpleasant termination, and my pay has to be there the next day. Why wouldn't my pay plus my built up vacation time be there the next day? And I do believe that if there's written policy, such as what you stated, that if you walk off the job before the job's finished and it harms the company, that's in company policy. And if I sign an agreement that says that, I agree to that. So I don't think that this would override it. And I don't think the state law would override a personal contract. And it's up to the department to
Let's just assume that your company has a policy that says you must give a 2-week notice if you're going to leave in order to get your vacation time. This bill would make that rule not possible within a company. It would mandate, it would override it and say that you're owed it no matter what, under any circumstances.
Follow
up. Thank you. Yes. Sometimes, especially in the construction business, you could be done with a job and not even know it within 2 weeks. Like once the job is finished, you're off the job and you move on to the next one. But I think that anytime something is earned, they should get it when they leave. I think that's the bottom line. Thank you.
Would you believe? Thank you, Mr.
Would you believe that?
I believe that, Representative Brody.
Sorry, Ben. All right, any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Representative Turcott has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Abbott, for the question. Looking at line 3 again, line 5. Are you aware of any of the companies that you represent who offer vacation days that do not inform their employees of their vacation policy?
No, I believe all the companies inform their employees and give out office policies when they start employment at the company. And then they also receive it whenever there's a company update. I believe, I'm in strong belief that all the companies do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions in the LOB or online.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Next up is David Juve from the BIA, who opposes the bill. David, welcome to the Labor Committee. See your name. There you are. Hey, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I trust you can hear me okay.
Yes.
For the record, my name is Dave Juve. I'm a Senior Vice President at the Business and Industry Association. We serve as the state of New Hampshire's statewide Chamber of Commerce. I'm here in opposition to this bill. Many of BIA's reasons for opposing the bill were articulated very well by Gary Abbott. I would like to emphasize, based on Deputy Commissioner Ogden's reporting of the numbers relating to this type of situation, it strikes me as being a very low number, and he acknowledged that even those numbers, which I consider to be low, many of those are because either the employee misunderstood the employer policy or just didn't agree with it. So I think we're trying to correct a problem that does not happen very often. And the way we are choosing to do it is to, again, have the state decide for employers what their employee benefits should be. And as I've testified on other similar bills, we believe that employers are in the best position to develop a benefits policy that allows them to attract and retain the employees that they want and need for their enterprises. Just a couple of specific other issues. It was alluded to earlier, but I want to emphasize that many employers across New Hampshire are moving away from vacation time and moving away from sick time and calling it instead personal time that can be used either when the individual is not feeling well or when they want to use a vacation. So this bill, I'm not sure how that would treat personal time. It's not mentioned in the language of the bill. And I also wanted to respond to a question that I think Representative Seaworth asked, because he's correct. There are some companies, and this happens a lot in the tech sector, that are doing away with vacation and sick time benefits completely and just allowing the employee to take the time that they want for vacation and sick time, with the understanding that, you know, they're still responsible for job responsibilities over the long term. So for those companies, it would be very confusing how to implement this bill were it to become law. So once again, the BIA is opposed, and I'd be happy to address any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Juve. I don't see any questions here. Oh, I do see one. Representative Turcott, you recognize for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Dubay, for taking the question. Were you online when I asked Mr. Abbott the question about, are you aware of any companies you represent that offer the vacation but do not inform their employees? I posed the same question to you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Turcott. Well, the BIA has 400 plus members. There are companies of all sizes, from the state's largest employers down to single owner operators. I think our companies tend to be relatively sophisticated employers, and I've never surveyed them, but I suspect most, if not all, have some form of employee manual. I know here at the BIA, and we're a small employer, we have an employee manual. And on the very first day of employment, not only is the manual distributed, but it is gone over by the HR professional to make sure that the employee is aware of it has the opportunity to ask questions about specific benefits associated with employment. I don't know for all of the 30 or 40,000 companies here in New Hampshire how many have employee manuals, but I would suggest that if they don't, they should, because obviously that helps alleviate any confusion over what benefits they offer and what benefits they do not offer.
Thank you for your answer. I didn't mean to put you on the hook for the entire 400 companies. But
Any additional questions in the LOB? Any questions on Zoom? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to next call Ellen Scarponi from Consolidated Communications. Ellen, are you with us? There you are.
I am. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good morning, Chairman Infantine and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is Ellen Scarponi and I represent Consolidated Communications. I will be very brief. We fully understand and appreciate that employees should get vacation time that they deserve. Consolidated currently provides for all of the conditions that are set out in this bill. However, we oppose HB 113 because we do not think that voluntary benefits provided by an employer should be regulated, similar to what Mr. Abbott and what Mr. Gervais have said. We ask that the committee find HB 113 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the presenter? Seeing none in the LOB. Seeing no hands on Zoom. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry, I apologize for that, Representative Toomey. You're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that this policy only applies to employers that set up a policy where vacation is accrued like once a month or once every 2 months or some kind of a policy. And what it seems to me that this legislation deals with employers that do that. Employers that have other policies saying, for example, you don't get a vacation unless you work the full 12 months. In their policy manual, it seems to me this would not apply to that. This seems to me only to apply to employers that set a policy that vacation time is accrued in a certain way. And once they set that policy, it's up to the law to hold them to the policy that they set. Am I right or am I wrong?
Thank you for the question, Representative. If I understand correctly, you're asking if a company has established a policy, say in a manual such as Mr. Gervais was citing, that their policy supersedes anything else. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, you would. This bill says that that the inform employees in writing of any policy regarding their vacation time and limits on it. Each situation is different with employers in New Hampshire. As the Deputy Commissioner of DOL said, these things are not regulated by the state. It is employee specific because vacation time and sick time and personal time are all voluntary. And so I can speak for Consolidated. We have a very specific manual, as Mr. Gervais said about the BIA, that goes through each and every detail, and an employee must sign that when they commence employment, and if anything changes during their employment, these policies are reviewed. And so I again think that this would try to regulate something that is individual to a company and should not be regulated at a state level.
Can I answer that question, Mr. Chairman?
I have a follow-up, yes.
Okay, well, it seems to me that if you set policy, and you don't have to set policy that vacation accrues once a month or once every 2 weeks or whatever, if you don't want to live up to that policy, don't set it. But once you set it and the employee reads it and signs the policy manual, it seems to me that you have to live up to it. And if you don't live up to it, somebody has to step in and say, you're required to live up to it because you made that agreement, just like any other contract. So that's my point. Thank you for your question, though, and for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Toomey. Thank you.
Have a,
Oh,
is this an executive session?
we have a
Mr.
question
Chairman.
from our Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Seaworth, you're recognized.
The previous representative's question, if you will, confused me a little bit. I thought I heard this explained earlier, but I'll ask you. You said your company has a policy that addresses the issues that are within this bill. If I were an employee of your company and I felt that you had violated the policy that you have written and that you've given to me, am I correct in understanding that I could take that to the Department of Labor and they would adjudicate it and enforce your policy if in fact you were not following it?
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Representative. I am not certain of the answer to that and would refer to Deputy Commissioner Ogden in the Department of Labor.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Do I have any other questions in the LOB? Seeing none, any online? Seeing, yes, last minute, Representative Sullivan, you're recognized for a question.
I was just going to point out that I see Deputy Commissioner Ogden is present and capable of answering that last question.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. I was going to ask him if he would be willing to. Representative, get my names right here. Assistant Commissioner Ogden, did you hear the question? Would you like to opine?
I did, and apologies. I don't mean to be presumptuous and speak up. So that's why if you have questions at any time, I'm happy to answer them. I just don't want to take multiple turns speaking. So I'm happy to answer any questions. In terms of the last question, yes, under present law, if there was a policy that was not being followed, that is what would be enforced. So we have had instances in which an employer has a policy, the employer does not follow the policy, the claim is brought forward, and then we would make an order for payment relative to the lost time or the time that should have been to the benefit of the employee. One other question that was asked a couple times, are there employers who do not give out policies? Yes, that does happen. I would agree with Mr. Jouvet's point that a lot of sophisticated employers do provide these policies, but we certainly come into contact with employers that do not provide these policies to their employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogden, and thank you, Ms. Scarponi. Just making sure before I let everyone go, there's any additional questions here in the LLB, any online? Seeing none, thank you. I don't know.
The opportunity.
You're very welcome. Hey, Representative Kale, I'm not sure if you're in charge of the computer right now or if it's Christina.
I believe I'm in charge.
Okay. Well, do we have any last minute individuals who'd like in the queue who would like to speak?
I don't see any hand. Oh, there's a coup.
No, go ahead, Representative Cahill.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I didn't know you were there, but I don't see any hand. What there's one hand. Judith Spang would like to, Representative Spang.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Representative Spang, you're recognized to speak on House Bill.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I've left all the details to everybody else, and I'm going to speak to the forest rather than the trees. From the first moment that Representative Cahill talk to me about this bill, I was 100% in favor of it. In my mind, it is a matter of fairness. It is a matter of living up to contracts. And I was very proud that this committee and that the House passed this bill in recognition of that basic premise. And I think when our workers are in such trouble in terms of their incomes with COVID, it is a vote of confidence that we give to them, that we think that they should get at least what is due to them ethically. So the details, I think, have been well worked out last year through the 3 work sessions. And I'm just going to appeal to your basic sense of fairness here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Do I have any questions in the LOB for the Representative Spang? Seeing none, any online? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Spang.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill, do we have anyone else in the queue?
I don't see any hands. I do see other people, attendees, but no one has raised a hand.
They're just listening. We are just such an interesting committee. They all want to listen in.
Yeah.
All right, seeing no additional people in the queue, I have no additional individuals who have signed up either to testify or as a position. So I'll be closing the hearing on House Bill 113. We have approximately 8 minutes before we have a very, very difficult bill. Just kidding. On House Bill 589. I have 12 people in support and no one wants to talk. So it looks like we're going to have just the sponsor hopefully present this piece of legislation. I would like a few comments while we have a few minutes here before everyone goes and takes a quick break about our executive session this afternoon. I don't know if everyone's had the opportunity to read the rules about executive session and how we'd like to proceed. First of all, we have a tremendous amount of amendments on some bills, which I believe are going to be pretty unanimous about how we're going to pass these. But I need to make sure I have all these because I have multiple ones. Heather, are you hearing us by any chance? Use the old-fashioned way. You bring me down a nice yellow or red folder, you know, and you bring it down to us and we have the amendments and with a little red tab on it and we have all these things. I have been sending all of you every amendment that I have received. So we're going to have to, it might be a little slow this afternoon. We start off to make sure everyone has the right amendments. And for those, any new members on the left-hand corner on the amendment, like this one I'm looking at from Representative Seaworth, is 2021-02008. So we'll know, that's how you know which amendment we're talking about. Representative Sullivan, you have your hand raised.
Yes, lots of amendments have been coming in. They've been coming in during a time period when we've been getting flooded with emails. And if we read the email with the attached amendment at a time when we couldn't print it, we may have lost track of it. If someone, Heather, perhaps could give us a list of the amendments that we need to locate, we can probably, I can probably find them, but otherwise we may find ourselves starting on an exec session and some of us don't have the necessary amendments.
What I will try to do, Representative Sullivan, is I think our next hearing is going to take about 10 minutes. I'm going to study all my amendments here and see if I can pick out exactly the bill number and the amendment number for each one to make sure which one it is. So prior to our 1 o'clock executive session, I will read these off so everyone knows which ones, if they can write it down, or we'll know which amendments to look at. And then if there's any issues, if anyone does not have those emails, we'll make sure they get there. In the meantime, Heather hasn't chimed in yet, but I call her.
Representative Infantine, this is Christina. If while you're doing that, if you want to send me an email list, I can compile them and send them out again in one email, if that would be helpful.
That would be extremely helpful. A lot of thumbs up on that one. And even someone blew you a kiss. Thank you.
I'll take it.
Yes, thank you. Representative Smith, did you
Can I
have
ask a question?
Just a moment. I have to recognize Representative Smith first.
I just wanted to know if we had anybody who was interested, who signed up on this on one side or the other. Do you have that information?
On the previous bill,
Yes, on 113.
there was no one.
Only this,
No one, the people that spoke had signed up. There was no one else who
Wow.
went in. Either.
Well, I'm sorry, Representative Infantine, I just gave you the testimony list. If that were the numbers at the top, I can read to you that there were 16 in support, 10 opposed, and 1 neutral on each bill, HB 1.
Oh, thank you, Christine. I appreciate that.
I did.
Were the numbers on the top of your list, Chairman Infantine?
I'm sorry, would you repeat?
On the testimony list, usually it will say support, opposed, and neutral. Was that on your list or no?
Oh, I guess I did.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
no, you have it, but it's on there in the color. I missed that too
Oh,
when I was.
okay, thank you. Thank you. It's kind of a newfangled thing here. There's one little line here at the top that has the red, the green, and the neutral. I didn't.
We just changed it because we know you want to know. So I wanted to point that out.
Always the last ones to know. All right, thank you. Representative Terosian, I believe that was you that asked a question.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I had a question where I'm filling in if I can get emailed the amendments before we start at 1 o'clock.
Yes, I will make sure the two of you get those, and then we will be probably having you call in to talk with us at noontime during our break, and I'll get back to you on that. Okay, Representative?
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Were there any other questions? All right. So there's been some acrimony going back and forth. I guess someone told me there was a court session recently on Zoom, and where the person was not the person who was actually the defendant or something. And so now everyone's worried about who's voting. Are they actually the right person voting? Is people voting in favor of you? And some of the pictures here, there's no pictures. There's just a black screen that says your name. So the procedure when we vote on executive session with a clerk is just going to call your name. And I would appreciate if you would respond as follows. Representative Susi votes yes. Representative Toomey votes no. Just say your name and how you vote, if that's all right with everyone, just so we have it all specific. If anyone wants to complain later, we have everyone's voice that we all can recognize. So I just don't want I don't want anyone to ever question how we do things here in labor. Right, Representative Sullivan, we follow the rules. There you go. I'll open it up to any other questions. We have a few minutes here, another 2 minutes. Any other questions of the chair? All right, thank you. If you guys want to take a 2-minute, 3-minute bathroom break, please come back in 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Didn't see that, Brian.
The only reason I know is I missed it last week, and I was wondering how people were counting the numbers so fast, but it was up there before. They put it in color now.
But they don't give us the list anymore. All right, that's fine. Whatever.
It does make it easier because before we had to hunt through and find the speaking, and that was
right. Oh no,
it wasn't easy. I have a question of you. Not in front of the microphone.
Yeah. Hey. We are back. Back from your commercial breaks.
Mason's name.
Oh, right.
That's the word that escaped.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Just waiting for a few people to see their pretty faces, so I know we're here in attendance. It is 10:04. We will very shortly introduce House Bill 589. And our double duty representative will be introducing his bill. All right. I think we have enough people here. House Labor Committee is back in session. I will open the hearing on House Bill 589 FN and recognize the sponsor, Representative Cahill, to introduce your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we're here to talk about prophylactic treatment for first responders who have had critical exposure. This is House Bill 589-FN. We've talked about this for several years now. Those of you who are veterans of the committee will remember this. There was an issue with language that was inserted last time with information that the saliva, if someone spits in your face, you have to determine that there's if there's blood in sufficient magnitude that would cause illness. Now, this is quite a test if they spit in your eye. I don't know how you're going to see it. And of course, the first thing you're going to do is wipe it off. And what is sufficient magnitude? It's not really defined. It's not practical. So we're striking that language, and we're just going to leave it up to the medical professional that you should see following such an exposure. We've had 2 incidents right here in Newmarket where an EMT was bringing someone down the stairs after a drug overdose, after giving him Narcan, and the person spit into his eye. That person sought treatment, and the bill was not paid by workers' comp, absorbed by our town. A few years later, policemen responded to a domestic abuse case, known drug user, and he spit into the open mouths of the officers during a struggle. So you may recall that we had a lobbyist working for the workers' comp provider who, had contested this initially, and then said that he was done with it, that we were fine, and that he wasn't going to go further with it, that we had done what we should be doing. And these are few cases are few and far between, but I think any case is too many. Last year, I gave you a letter from my police chief citing his concern that, Newmarket has paid for these treatments, and that other smaller towns may, the first responder may be nervous about causing an extra expense for the town, and pressures being what they are, not get the treatment they need, not be not have the baseline test, or given the treatment that may prevent the disease from taking root. So I hope that this year, once again, we will pass it, get it over to the other body who will take it to the next step, and I can stop talking to you about this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. We are instructed to the LOB for Representative Cahill. Any questions online?
We do it now. Big question.
I see one from, okay, you see one here. I couldn't see him to my right, but I could see him online. Representative Hoppe, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, am I to understand this is to clarify a definition?
Thank you for the question. What the bill does is it says that if you have exposure to ruptured skin or mucous membranes, including the eyes or mouth, with blood or body fluids, including saliva, you should get treatment that should be determined by the medical provider.
Answer is yes.
So follow up.
I'm going to take just a quick liberty here, Representative Kay, if you don't mind. If you look at the legislation, if you look at RSA 281A2IE, it does define critical exposure. That's what this part is amending. But yeah, I will accept your follow-up question.
Because the follow-up question is, do you consider the part of your bill where it says in 1-E, testing and treatment shall be determined by a medical provider taking into account the physical examination and incident details provided by the patient? You consider that a definition?
Perhaps not a definition, but well, yeah, the critical exposure, the definition is the person who has suffered the exposure would seek treatment and explain to the provider what has transpired, and that the provider would then evaluate that information and do an exam and determine the steps that would be taken to prevent injury, or at least determine if there was prior illness.
No. It's a valid point.
Any other questions in the LOB? Any questions online? This is Will Infantine, Representative. I have two questions for you. Number one, did this bill just die because of COVID and omnibus?
That is correct.
Okay, my second question is, I understand, would you believe I understand what Representative Huff is saying, and that you might want to talk about this? While I'm 100% support of this bill, we may want to take that one sentence out and put it under another, maybe C1 or something like that, because you are confusing a definition with an action. Would you believe?
I certainly would, Mr. Chairman, and it's a minor change, but a major impact. Yeah.
Any other questions for Representative Cahill? I see no hands online. I see no hands in the LOB. Thank you very much, Mr. Cahill. So, Representative Cahill. I currently have 7 individuals in support, 0 opposed, 1 neutral. No one else wants to testify. Representative Cahill, or do we have anyone in the queue with a hand up that would like to testify?
I see no hands.
Pardon me, Representative, Mr. Ogden from the Department of Labor did sign up a little bit. Yeah.
You did tell me that. My apologies for not putting it to memory. Yes, Representative Ogden's going to be busy this morning. He wants to talk about all 3. Representative Ogden, you are representative. Oh, whoa. Okay. Mr. Ogden, you are recognized.
I appreciate the promotion, Chairman. For the record, Rudy Ogden, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Labor. Just in terms of offering thoughts on this, I think it's important to recognize, and I think Representative Huff's question teases this out. The operative effect of this adjustment is these definitional terms of critical exposure and prophylactic or post-exposure prophylaxis. These are defined terms under existing law. Specifically, critical exposure, which is being amended, is then called out in the definition of post-exposure prophylactics. The importance of those terms being called out is that under RSA 281A23, 6 and 6A, there is reference to the fact about what should happen when there has been a critical exposure or when prophylaxis treatment has been called for. In terms of the discussion that just happened about perhaps that one portion of the adjustment being pulled out of the definitional section, I would offer the option of, again, an RSA 281A23 6 and 6, paragraph 6 and paragraph 6A. That's actually where the compulsion is called for, that for first responders, expenses associated with post-exposure prophylaxis are to be paid for. So again, that would be one area where if you want to put in that language associated with who determines what evaluation and testing should be done, it might be better situated or might sit better there. So again, I just think in considering this this bill, you should be looking at RSA 281A23, paragraph 6 and paragraph 6A. That's actually, again, the operative effect of what you're doing with these definitions. So I think Representative Cahill described what the fix or what the intent is here, but I would recommend looking at the language in that statute that I've cited. And again, I would also offer that that might be an option for where to put that second part of the proposed bill.
Commissioner Ogden, I'm looking at A23 right now. You said paragraph 5 and 6. A25,
Yeah.
6.
So paragraph 5 and 6 are where in statute is talking about the provision of care relative to critical exposures. I think chiefly we're talking about 6A here, which says that all expenses associated with the medical evaluation and recommended post-exposure prophylaxis treatment for emergency response / public safety workers shall be paid by the employer's insurance carrier or third-party administrator. And then it goes on to say such medical evaluation shall be provided without prejudice to the issue. So I just point out there that that's the section which says that when a first responder or safety worker has had a critical exposure, that the insurance carrier or self-insured entity is to provide for the costs. And again, I think that this might be the section where you could say when we're talking about cost or where we're talking about protocols and preventative measures, those should be done by the person making the initial, looking at the initial incident.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cahill, you have a question for Mr. Ogden, or do you want to speak again? Or
Well, I'm thinking that the reason that this was put here was because of the other language that said that the must be visible blood in sufficient magnitude. And that's kind of what I was trying to address, why it was placed there. I want to make sure that that part is removed so that.
I think, Representative Cahill, I think we're only talking about the words testing and treatment shall be determined by the medical provider. Is that what you understand that we're discussing?
Okay, well, you said your definition of critical exposure, which, I'm.
It is my belief that critical exposure definition through the words person's bodily or blood or bodily fluids should be under RSA A21E where it is correct currently, and that the sentence testing and treatment shall be determined by the medical provider and incidental details provided by the patient should go under A23(6) as Mr. Ogden has outlined. I'm trying to do the best I can here, trying to read it as I'm going here. But it does talk about the expenses associated with it, and that would probably be the place to add that. Is that do I understand you correct, Commissioner Ogden?
Correct. Apologies if I wasn't clear. What I was speaking to is exactly what you've just described, namely where Representative Huff had pointed out that second sentence perhaps not fitting neatly within a definitional section.
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Yeah, if you have an opportunity to go on to 281A23, 5 and 6 there and take a look at that, it might be I don't know. I'm just lucky. I'm reading it right here, so I can see it. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Ogden. Any other questions for either Representative Cahill or Commissioner Ogden in the LOB? I see none online. I also see none. Representative Cahill, do we have anyone in the queue?
I see no one, no hands.
Okay, unless I see anything further, as I said, we have 7 support, 0 opposed, 1 neutral. No one wishing to testify. That being said, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 589. And if you wouldn't mind, folks, taking a break until 11:15 before we have our next hearing. And then hopefully I will have determined all of the correct amendments and I've dealt with Christina and tried to get those emailed to everyone so we know what we're dealing with. I might be calling on individual, some of you just in case you are the sponsors of some of these amendments. So I'll try to catch you online if I'm unsure. Any questions of the chair? Yes, Representative Adjutant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't get a schedule. Could I just get a refresher on which bills were executive session?
Yes, you will. Yes, you may. I'll give those to you shortly. All right, we're in recess till 10:45. Thanks, everyone. All right, let me get RSA.
Was 281A 23-6.
Representative Infantine, could you get someone to unmute the computer in the room, please? We can't hear you, so whenever you're ready, that would be great. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
We didn't want you to know what we were saying.
I'm not sure I wanted to know either.
Discussing the presence for you.
We're talking about Len flying his 747 over the Atlantic.
780s.
787. Folks, I'm still trying to work on procedure here.
We lost the audio.
We lost the audio.
Conversations because she had to go to Target and get some ink for her computer. So I'm going to have the other hearing in 13 minutes, and hopefully I can get through the remainder of these amendments to make sure we have the right ones and the right procedure. Representative Sullivan, has your caucus told you anything about, you know, the old-fashioned way? We have the folders, and we have to sign off on these things, and we have to do the blurbs, and we have to, make sure we have the red tagged amendments. The fact that we can't walk over to OLS and back and forth, did they give you any direction? Because I'm still waiting for additional direction.
Not really. I know last session, they, I believe, took the red tags off of the amendments. So I believe that piece is gone. Because it was before my time, I don't really even recall how that worked, but I think it was simplified last year for the amending process. So I don't think we need to have an official copy of an amendment. They're all, it's okay to print them right off the computer.
Heather did, before she had to go to get more ink, did put together all of the updated amendments she has. So as I'll be just going through this next couple of minutes, and I'll get an email to Christina just to make sure that we have all of them. So I apologize. I was hoping to do this right now, guys, but I need a couple more minutes. One thing I do want to point out, I sent around an email, and I want everyone to make sure that they received House Bill 590 FN. We had a new fiscal impact that was provided to us 24 hours ago, and I sent that to everyone's email in case it got caught and lost amongst all the other emails. You might just want to look at that one. That was the only updated financial fiscal note that we received. Just wanted to make sure you all had that. And with that, unless there's any questions, I'm going to go corral with a couple of these guys, make sure we have all the correct amendments. Any questions for me? Representative Tourmy, are you with us?
Yeah,
I'm
with you.
Thank you. Are you able to, do you have a camera that allows us to see you by any chance on your computer?
I can see him.
Yeah.
Not Toomey. Yeah. Not Representative Toomey.
Oh.
Tarosi, I'm sorry.
Let's see. I don't see Representative Tarosian at the moment. Let Let me take a look.
Yeah, I don't see him either. Okay. Because I believe we have to see everyone's pretty faces when they vote.
I believe he was on the phone.
He was, and I will reach out to him and see where he's at and if he plans to come. I didn't see Representative Melvin, but he may show up for the afternoon only.
Yeah. So Representative Cahill, you can't wear any funny masks or anything for any George Clooney masks or anything. All right. All right, guys. We'll be back on in about 9 minutes. Brian, Len, if I could talk to you guys, some of these amendments are yours. I'm not sure I have the right ones.
Let me get this up. So, you have a copy.
Well, I have some because I printed them all out because I'm a goof. So 258 records required. This is the one where Rudy Ogden said it was. Sorry, I'm going to move your cookies.
Yeah.
He basically said this helped. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the. I want to make sure I have the right numbers when I'm talking about policy.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, I believe this is the one, Brian. Okay, now 259. This is the uniform bill. This is the one I have, the only one I have. I don't think there are any additional changes. Brian, 301. This is the one that you and Ben.
Yeah, so that should be 296, right?
Yeah. Yep, 296.
Yep. That's the difference. So this one is out. Right, that one is out.
Okay.
Can I just get rid of it?
303. Brian, I believe this is yours.
That should be
189. Yeah. Okay. 348.
Oh, okay. That I was going back and forth with all the last. Okay, that's good. Yes.
347.
Yep, that's good.
47.
It's 47H. All right, and the bill is. Thank you.
385. FN, this is the one that changed it from 50, 65 to 70th. Okay. Okay, perfect. Sorry. Christina, are you online?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'd like to go over to make sure I have the correct amendments. House Bill 258, 168H.
Okay.
House Bill 259, 191H.
Okay.
301. House Bill 301, 296H.
Okay.
House Bill 303, 189H.
Okay.
348, 47H.
Okay.
385, 307H. And that's all the amendments I have.
And you said, I'm sorry, what was the last one for 385?
385 is 307H.
07. Okay, I will make sure we have those and get back to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great.
Yeah.
Also up at 15%, it'll be another half an hour. That's
Yeah, it's like last
I was just talking to
weekend,
Josh.
Friday,
Is
Saturday,
that a monster
Sunday.
type drink?
That was scheduled the
It's
same thing this
what
week, Friday,
this committee
Saturday,
meeting
Sunday.
is
I had to run out
today
today.
about.
Yesterday, I got a call from you would know it means basically the training, flight training. Hey, Captain, we've got a.
I've never had a lunch or drink or whatever, so New Year's-
On Friday.
New Year's
for some
Eve,
Training with some of the new guys. So
some neighbors came over
Triplet pay.
and
Enjoyed the day off.
they take
So I was
great
planning on
vodka.
having a race out of here.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of circle cups
Have to.
where there's got a little side in the middle.
That
So you fill that with
happens
grape,
so rarely.
and then the monster.
And to happen on a Friday that I needed it.
So, you know, doing, well, geez, you get buzzed and then you're wired. I hate it. You know, I hated the feeling. But I know some people that live off that 5 hour. So. But yeah. Of course, some of my kids play sports.
I don't know if you all, did you see the couple edits that Judy made up?
Once in a while,
Joint letter?
you know,
I don't think she
pass around
sent it to you.
And
It was
then they
funny.
read about someone.
She,
Was it about a year ago? Someone drank 10 or
she
15
just
of
wrote
it,
in the budget, she
heart
goes,
attack.
oh, by the way, she says, I think we
Yeah,
can be
I-
consistent. I
if you
noticed
do it
that you
enough,
always
like,
capitalize
for a day for,
Republicans,
like, 6
but you
years,
put
it
small
just
d for
feels
the
like
Democrats. I
sitting
go,
in a running car
that's intentional.
all the time. Like, you can feel it, like,
Yeah.
moving a little bit, but it's nothing to, like, write home about.
You see, if,
Every copy.
every time I had the word Democrat, she
So,
changed it to a big deal.
So.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh, why don't you drink coffee? Like,
Oh, like that.
So great.
So I'm not used to caffeine, so having some kind of that was shot.
the only coffees I ever drank were like MREs had these like coffee packets, and they were very easily costly. Like it was 40% sugar and cream. Like they put like a mochaccino basically in a bag, and that was it. But they were good because they weren't coffee.
I had friends in college, you know, they had to stay up and study all night, so they wanted some caffeine. So someone had some instant. So they take a scoop of instant, put it in their mouth, a glass of hot water.
And at that point, just do Adderall. At that point, just do Adderall.
So, I never drank this stuff. I'm like,
My daughter had this.
all the things we do when we're in college, right? Did you guys see that thing last night in the news about,
So
I think it was a member of the military, he lost his wallet, he had guarded it, 1953. Yeah, someone returned it to him.
Yeah, they're demolishing the outpost in America. That was a fire walk. So
He was funny, guy I noticed. All this receipts in here, I sent money home because I played poker. Very good. And he was just very interesting. Of course, the G. Mackett who was interviewing him, you know, said, well, you were a handsome man back then. Of course, he too. Guy's 75 years old, he loved that.
And then it passed.
So, Chairman Infantine, I checked all of the numbers. I do have the correct amendments. I know Heather sent them out momentarily in separate emails. Did you want me to put them all in one email?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll do that now.
Zip it, zip form it.
I'm sorry, Representative Brody?
Talking to the dog.
Oh, he's talking to the dog?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We got 1 minute, 1 minute. Roger, Roger, Clarence, Clarence. Then you have 3 people in the cockpit? Lynn,
What's that?
you have 3 people in the cockpit?
It's under a certain amount of hours, only 2 of us, like Cancun, it's only 2.
Oh, okay.
If we were going over to Europe, it'd be 3. If we were going over to Asia, it'd be 4.
Everybody ready for rock and roll? Yes, sir. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is now 11 a.m. and I am always late, so the fact that I'm on time is awesome. We're going to open our hearing on our final bill, maybe. House Bill 261, relative to apprentice programs in trade and industry. And I recognize our sponsor, Representative Brian Seaworth, who for this hearing will not be vice chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll virtually step away from the committee table here so I can introduce House Bill 261. For the record, my name is Representative Brian Seaworth. I represent Pembroke and Chichester. This is another bill, the third and final, you'll be happy to hear, bill that I submitted that kind of came through the study committee that I talked about 2 sessions ago. This is language that came to us from the Department of Labor as a requested update. Like the last one I presented, this particular RSA was outside the scope of that study committee. So the study committee took no action and made no opinion on it. However, we had this language. And so when we came to a new session this year, I submitted the request exactly as the Department of Labor had written it. I turned it into OLS, and it is now HB 261. Compared to the other 2 bills that I've presented to the committee, this is obviously has a bit more to it. It's a bit more complicated, and I am probably not the one to go through the details with you. So what I am going to do is ask Deputy Commissioner Ogden to explain the details of this bill, and I would suggest that committee members reserve the tough questions for him because he will be able to answer it. But the point of this bill, like the other 2, is it's intended to be a housekeeping bill, and the intention is that the federal labor law on the surrounding the issue of apprenticeship has changed, and the department would like to get our state labor law aligned with that. And this bill should be doing no more and no less than that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee.
Any questions for Representative Seaworth in the LOB? Any questions online on Zoom? Seeing none, the chairman has a question. Representative, I received a relatively terse email last night on this bill saying how you were ruining everything and doing everything terrible. And this looks like just some wordsmithing on updates. Was that, is there opinion that possibly, have you seen that email, number 1?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I believe I saw that email.
Okay. And I'll ask for a follow-up. I give myself a follow-up. And do you think it was just misunderstood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe that it was a misunderstanding. Certainly, it misunderstands my intent. I did not put any, I took the input directly from the Department of Labor and turned that over to OLS. This is not a request for any policy changes. I certainly had no input in terms of policy that I tried to get in here. As far as the details, the consequences of the language changes are probably a little bit over what I'm capable of answering. So
Okay.
I certainly encourage any members who have concerns about the language to ask the Department of Labor to clarify things.
All right, I'm just going to cut right to it if that's okay, because there's concerns that Mr. Ogden can clarify, but just for any other questions here in the LOB? I'm seeing none. Any questions online? Seeing none. Commissioner Ogden, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Infantine, and thank you, Representative Seaworth, for bringing forth this bill. As Representative Seaworth indicated, this bill is something that the department actually did come forward with, specifically Commissioner Merrifield, who had been in discussions with Lauren Smith from the federal USDOL Office of Apprenticeship. This is something that had been talked about between the federal Department of Labor and the New Hampshire Department of Labor as an item that we should seek to clean up. In terms of specifics or what the intent is here, really the genesis of this goes all the way back to 2007. In 2007, RSA 278 was amended. The intent of those amendments were to clarify and make clear that registered apprenticeship in the state of New Hampshire would be federally regulated and federally overseen. And what I mean by that is if an employer or if a trade group or if anything of that nature is looking to get a registered apprenticeship program, if they're looking to seek if they're looking to seek Department of Labor approval, if they're looking to receive grants, if they're looking to receive things of that nature, that is all done and funneled through the OA or the Office of Apprenticeship at the federal level. What is in place presently is essentially an apprenticeship advisory council. That is the council that if you look at the language of RSA 278, it's talking about a council. It's talking about what the council should be doing or is supposed to be doing. And what I will say is since 2007, and certainly since I've been with the Department of Labor since 2013, the council has not really been acting in accord with statute, specifically where it talks in RSA 278 about the council approving or setting standards. All of that has been happening through the federal USDOL Office of Apprenticeship. So that's really the crux of what we're trying to do here. I believe there is a lot of confusion around this area. I've spoken to 2 individuals from trades unions this week, and after speaking with them, I don't mean to speak for them, and maybe they'll be speaking today, but they seem to understand what was happening and had no concerns. I will say I spoke with one gentleman who said something similar to, I believe, that terse email, which is essentially, these are all registered programs and you're going to get rid of all these programs. That's not what we're looking to do. What we're looking to have happen is just have a statute which better reflects the reality, which is that this registration, these approvals, and the standard setting does not happen at this council. It happens at the Office of Apprenticeship. And again, I would go back to 2007. In 2007, the U.S. Department of Labor, when they saw what was happening with RSA 278, they essentially made the request of us to serve as an advisory council. They did not want this council setting standards because, again, they believe that registration, approval, and standard setting resides with them. The only other thing I would point out is if folks have concerns with what this statutory amendment is seeking to do, it is something that should be talked about because, again, this council is not doing certain of the things where you see strikeouts in this bill, specifically around, if you look in paragraph 3, where we talk about striking out supervision of the execution of agreement and maintenance of standards. If you talk about paragraph 5, this council issuing certificates, that's stuff that this council is not doing. So lest anyone say that we are changing anything, in practice, this will change nothing. It will just be that the council will now truly sit as an advisory council, which is our understanding was the intent going back to 2007. Again, we believe in apprenticeship. We believe in the fact that there are a number of individuals who have made wonderful careers for themselves going through apprenticeship. And it's a wonderful, powerful tool that helps a lot of people and does a lot of good. This is not in any way seeking to undermine that. Again, what's happening now is all of this is happening through the Office of Apprenticeship, through the USDOL, and we just want to make clear that that is the track in which to pursue registered apprenticeship. Again, I'm not trying to speak for the USDOL, but I can comfortably say that they have had some concerns that with the existing law, it appears as that there are these 2 tracks to registered apprenticeship, one through this council, one through the Office of Apprenticeship. And we just want to clarify that there is one track and it's through the Office of Apprenticeship with the USDOL, not through this Apprenticeship Advisory Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ogden. Have any questions of any of the committee members online? Representative Sullivan and then Representative Bouchard. Can't hear you, Representative Sullivan.
There it goes. Sorry. Deputy Commissioner and actually the Mr. Chairman as well. You mentioned a terse email. I don't believe that went to the entire committee. Did it? And if so, I must have missed it.
Give me a second. The Vice Chairman is going to, I thought it was sent around to everybody. I assumed it came to my email that I get when you send an email to all committee members. Brian's gonna.
I'm just, I guess I'm curious who the individual was who is all up in arms about this bill. Is he some official or is he a member of the public?
I'm going to get that for you. It was.
I may answer as
yes, you
a
may.
non-member of the
yes,
committee. We received an email on February 9th in the afternoon. Mine is timestamp 312. Signed by Michael Smith, business agent, Iron Workers, Local 7, with some strong opposition to this bill, and I believe that was the one.
I don't think I saw it either.
And just to clarify, I did not receive an email. I spoke with two individuals over the phone.
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner Ogden. Representative Sullivan, did you hear that information from Brian?
I did, and
follow up.
No, I'll look it up. I'll look up the email. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I'm not trying to disparage the gentleman. It was not foul. It was not rude. It was not any of those things. It was very definite that you're doing significant harm, and that kind of came as a surprise to me. So I don't want to insinuate in any way, shape, or form that he was inappropriate.
All right, we all got it. It came to the entire committee, 312 on Tuesday.
Thank you, Representative Warden. I have a question from Representative Bouchard, followed by Baroudi and Toomey. Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Assistant Deputy Commissioner. I also got that email, and I was concerned to see if you can reinforce that this bill will ensure that workers are well trained as well as performing their work safely.
Thank you, Representative Bouchard. Again, I would just, those standards that are set forth relative to training and those standards that are set forth relative to safety for these apprenticeship programs, those are all put forth and promulgated by the Office of Apprenticeship. So again, I do not see this statutory change as in any way impacting the training or safety afforded to individuals seeking out apprenticeships. Again, I think what we're trying to do is clarify the fact that this council, which meets, I believe, on a quarterly basis, this council does not discuss those things, and this council does not promulgate those things. This council, literally, the times I've been there, they talk about opportunities, they talk about events, they talk about opportunities to seek out new venues for apprenticeship programs. But this council in and of itself does not discuss or define what should be done in terms of training or safety for apprenticeship programs. That all sits with the Office of Apprenticeship at the USDOL.
Thank you.
Representative Baroudi and then Toomey.
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. I had a question for you before, but I'm not going to interrupt the testimony. Thank you.
Representative Toomey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must have missed something. I had no idea this was coming up today. Are we executing on this today or this?
No, Representative Toomey, this is just our last bill to be heard in committee. Will not be exec today at all.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think it's going to be exec till at least March 4th, when will probably be our next Labor Committee meeting.
Okay, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Any questions? Any additional questions online? I don't see any additional any questions of in the LOB. I don't see any. Representative Baroudi, you said you had a question for me. Is it relative to this bill? You're free to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, you were talking about the email, and I was just going to ask if that person was going to testify today.
Don't know. We'll find out in a moment. I have no other people on my list, but I'm sure now Representative Cahill and Christina will tell me if there's anyone else in the queue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Or no speakers signed up.
Okay.
You got one now. Lauren Smith.
It looks like someone just popped on. Representative
Oh.
Cahill.
Welcome, Lauren Smith.
I just wanted to let you know I am the state director for the state of New Hampshire for the U.S. Department of Labor Office of Apprenticeship, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have questions.
I'm sorry, you're the New Hampshire representative to the New Hampshire United States DOL.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. This is just Will Infantine. Any questions? Does anyone have anything for Ms. Smith? Any questions about the bill specifically? Yes, Representative Toomey, you're recognized for a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I haven't really had a chance to take a look at this, but I was concerned about this bill because I'm concerned whether this takes away some of the union's involvement and power in terms of apprenticeship programs and turns it over to solely to management without any kind of guarantee that the unions have equal access to the apprenticeship programs and the design of the apprenticeship programs and and the design of the apprenticeship programs. Could Ms. Smith help me with this?
Sure. Let me give you just a short history. Up until 2007, the state of New Hampshire assumed the role of all of the responsibility for all apprenticeships in New Hampshire. In 2007, they handed it back to the federal government. And I don't know the exact reason for that. However, I do have documentation saying that they no longer wanted the responsibility of the registrations, the reviews, that type of thing. So in 2007, the role of the committee became more to advise us about things that were going on in the state and how we could respond best to meet the needs of the state. So what has happened is the committee has assumed that role. We have assumed all the roles of the registration of programs. And we have 2 in our office who continue to register programs. We continue to have grants in New Hampshire. Right now, we are dealing with 7 grants that are actually operated by state entities. Some are private, some are public. And all this bill is saying is that we want to clarify the language for people who are trying to explore apprenticeship, that the council is not where they go first. They would come to our office first because we are the ones who can do it. In the past, people had to wait a month or so for the meeting of the council in order to be approved for apprenticeship. We can approve apprenticeship in a day if we need to. So as far as your question with regard to unions, nothing has changed since 2007. It remains exactly the same. Unions are a very high priority for us as the Office of Apprenticeship, because obviously that is where apprenticeship began. It is the foundation of apprenticeship programs. We are expanding into other areas besides construction, such as healthcare, IT, manufacturing, energy, others like that. But as far as the unions, nothing has changed. Everything will be exactly the same as it always has been. So the safety is the primary responsibility of the Secretary of Labor, and that is the U.S. Secretary of Labor. Our office reports directly to the Secretary of Labor in Washington, D.C. So I hope I've answered your question and given you a little bit of the context that's helpful in understanding what's happening here.
Thank you for your answer. I am a little disappointed that I had no idea this was coming up today because I would have liked to do some research on it. My daughter is the Commissioner of Labor in Oregon and told me to watch out for bills dealing with apprenticeships because of the fact that in a number of states, unions are being cut out of the equation. And I would hope that would not happen here in New Hampshire. So I'm not knowledgeable enough about this bill to be able to say good, bad, or indifferent. So anyway, thank you.
Representative Toomey, I'd be happy to talk to you about that because I know where that line of thinking is coming from. So I would be able to talk to you offline about that. But okay. Just to give you a hint of what that's about is apprenticeship has now adopted, in addition to the registered apprenticeship program, there is another type of apprenticeship that is run by industry specifically. It is called Industry Recognized Apprenticeship Programs. And many unions feel because they are not part of that type of apprenticeship that they are being left out. So that's sort of it in a nutshell, but it is sort of a long political discussion about this additional type of apprenticeship. It was designed under the last administration.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I would like to talk to you personally.
Certainly, yep.
Representative Toomey, I'm sorry, it wasn't the calendar. I'm sorry you missed it. As I said, from a standpoint of our schedule, we will be meeting next week.
Not next.
No, actually, I apologize. We will not be meeting again after today until probably Thursday, the 4th of March. We were not meeting next week. We are not meeting the week of the House session, which is supposed to be the 23rd or 24th and 25th of February. So we'll be probably meeting after that. We have to probably have another hearing on the Representative Cahill's amendment to one of his bills because it's so different that I think it should have. And then we will have an executive session then. So there's, a good 2 or 3 weeks for anyone who has any concerns about this to bring them to my attention or to your fellow caucus members. And hopefully to be worked out to, hopefully this is as benign as it is being represented to us. You're welcome. Any additional questions from anyone on Zoom? Any questions for the members here in the committee room, LOB? Seeing none. Representative Cahill, are there any additional individuals in the queue?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have a David Pelletier.
Okay. Mr. Pelletier, you're recognized to speak.
Good morning, Chairman Infantine and members of the committee. I apologize. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I planned on signing up earlier today in support, and I got caught up. I did speak. I represent the plumbers and pipe fitters here in Hooksett, New Hampshire, Local 131. I did speak to Representative Seaworth about the bill, as well as Deputy Commissioner Ogden, as well as I reached out to the U.S. Department of Labor with concerns about striking language and so forth and so on. And, after talking to everyone, I believe that this bill is what it is intended, is strictly a house cleaning item, clears up that apprenticeships are run through the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Apprenticeship Training, and I hope you will support it.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Are there any questions in the LOB for Mr. Pelletier? Any questions online? Did I see a hand? Anyone? I did not. Thank you, Mr. Pelletier.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill, any additional speakers in the queue?
Mr. Chairman, there are no further raised hands.
All right. Seeing no other individuals wishing to speak or any questions on this bill, I will close the hearing on House Bill 261. And if I could make some announcements to my committee members, I would.
Mr.
Christina?
Chairman, if
Yes.
I may, there were 2 in support, 5 opposed, 1 neutral on this bill.
So in the record. Thank you. Christina will be sending the following list of amendments to everyone via email if it's not already been done. I will read them in order if anyone wants to bother to write them down. No, not necessary, but just in case you would like to. House Bill 258. The amendment is 168H. House Bill 259, 191H. Amendment to House Bill 301, 296H. Amendment to House Bill 303, 189H. Amendment to House Bill 348, 47H. House Bill 385 FN, 307H. And that is all that I have right now. That'll be emailed to you.
Repeat the last one.
Yes, House Bill 385 FN 307H.
Thank you.
Representative Terosian. Is Representative Terosian with us?
I don't see him.
He is. He just is
there he
muted
is.
currently.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Representative Terosian, does your computer have the ability to have a video, as we were required to see your pretty face during?
Right. No, yep, I understand that, and I emailed to that, and I will either be there or probably I'll zoom in, but yes.
All right, I'm going to
Not
give
a
you.
problem.
I'm going to give you my cell phone number. I'd appreciate it if you would give us a call at 11:40. Give me a call at 11:45 so we can go over all the bills.
That's what I had planned to do. In fact, I had written down your number. Is it 622-3325?
That's my home. I'll give you my cell phone numbers. Everybody else seems
Okay.
It's 493-9779.
493-9779.
That's correct. And if you wouldn't mind giving me a call at 11:45, I would appreciate it.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. And just so everyone knows legally, we did it by the book here. We have 2 members unable to join us, Andrew Prout and Lino Avalani. Representative Charles Melvin is replacing Mr. Representative Avalani. Representative Terosian is replacing Representative Prout for the executive session. Do we have any replacements? Let's see, Representative Sullivan, do we have any replacements with your caucus?
I expect that Linda Di Silvestro will be with us, so I do not need any replacements. I also wanted to suggest to our caucus, we were going to do a caucus at noon 30. Perhaps we should do ours at 11:45 as well, so that if anybody wants to jump onto the governor's budget presentation, they'll be able to do that. So without objection, I'm going to change our caucus, Zoom caucus, to 11:45. Also, I want to thank the chair and Christina for getting those amendments together. I think you probably saved us a great deal of chaos.
All right, thank you, Representative Sullivan. Are you guys going to do your own caucus in a different Zoom meeting? Is that
Yes,
you?
we are.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Yep.
And I just have one comment since he's here. Representative Warden, would you like us to contact you as well by a telephone? You're all set from the other night?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so you're going to be basically making all the motions and writing all the blurbs, correct? All right. Any other questions of the chair?
Before you go, Representative Infantine, are you, when you're doing your caucus, are you going to be leaving the room or are you going to be in the room?
We're going to be in the room. We're going to politely ask Joshua Adejan if you wouldn't mind leaving us, and then we're going to mute the system.
Okay, I'm also going to turn the video off. And so you'll just have to turn that back on when you come back.
That's true.
And Democrats, you need to sign out of this Zoom so you can sign into another one. And then at 1 o'clock, we can simply all sign back into this this Zoom. So, but we need to get out to get in.
All right, Representative Sullivan, I will be giving you a call before we meet at 1 o'clock, just for a few procedural things, if that's all right. I'll call you.
Great.
All right. Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Does everyone have copies of all the motions, all the amendments? Thank you very much.
They sent us the budget. Jump over the chair. Okay, we're about to start. I'd appreciate if folks who are here would start their videos, as we're going to be making votes, or you can do it when you vote. That's fine. So you have to do it the whole time if you don't want to. Opening executive session. It is 1:01. Opening executive session, the Labor Committee. First bill in front of us is House Bill 258. Representative Huff, calling you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill helps to clarify existing law.
Nope.
I'm sorry. I move to that House Bill 258 ought to pass with amendment.
Jay, you're recognized to speak on your motion and introduce your amendment and move your amendment, excuse me.
This bill will help to clarify.
Move and read the amendment number. And I'll
That's all right.
second this.
Okay,
motion.
sorry, guys. Guys just learned it here first time. So we have a motion ought to pass on House Bill 258. It is seconded by Representative Seaworth. You're recognized to speak and introduce your motion or move your motion. Excuse me, move your amendment.
And I move to amend HB 258 with 168H. This bill helps to clarify already existing law.
Okay, Representative Huff is moved, has made a motion ought to pass on 258 and has moved amendment 2021-0168H. I'll recognize anyone who'd like to speak on the bill. Anyone here in committee? No one in the LO. Do we have anyone on Zoom who would like to speak on this motion? We have to make, well, they will speak on either the original bill or the amendments. Sorry, guys, I'm a little rusty. Seeing none, we have a motion. We have an amendment. We have a motion ought to pass with an amendment. We have a seconded. We must make a first vote on the amendment.
And do you need a second on that amendment? If so, I'll second the amendment.
Brian, Representative Seaworth is seconding the motion on the amendment. Any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll? Folks, if you again, when your name is called, give your name and your vote yay for ought to pass on the amendment or nay.
Seaworth.
Representative Seaworth, yes.
Callum.
Representative Callum, yes.
Mackey. Yes. Nunez.
Yes.
Warden.
Warden votes yes on the amendment.
Turcott.
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd.
Yes on the amendment.
Melvin.
Votes yes.
Terosian.
Representative Trojan votes yes.
Huff.
Representative Huff votes yes.
Sullivan.
Sullivan votes yes.
Susie.
Representative Susie votes yes.
Rudy.
Representative Barudi votes yes.
Cahill. Cahill votes yes and compliments Representative Terosian on his quarantine beard. Di Silvestro.
Thank you.
Votes yes.
Schmidt.
Schmidt votes yes.
Toomey.
Toomey votes yes.
Bouchard.
Representative Bouchard votes yes.
Adjutant.
Adjutant votes yes.
Chairman Infantine.
Representative Infantine votes yes.
Vote is 20-0.
I'd like to request on the consent agenda. Oh, sorry. Went too fast. The amendment has passed. Now vote on the bill, on the House Bill 258 with amendment. Roll, please.
Seaworth.
Seaworth votes yes.
Callum.
Callum votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunez.
Nunez votes yes on OTPA.
Warden.
Warden votes yes.
Turcott.
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd.
Boyd votes yes.
Huff.
Huff votes yes.
Melvin.
Melvin votes yes.
Terosian.
Trojan votes yes.
Sullivan.
Sullivan votes yes.
Susie.
Susie votes yes.
Barudi.
Barudi votes yes.
Cahill. Cahill votes yes. Di Silvestro.
Silvestro votes yes.
Schmidt.
Schmidt votes yes.
Toomey.
Toomey votes yes.
Bouchard.
Bouchard votes yes.
Adjutant.
Adjutant votes yes.
Infantine.
Representative Infantine votes yes.
Vote is 20-0.
Thank you. Any objection to the consent agenda? Seeing none, thank you. Like next, the executive session on House Bill 259 and recognize Representative Mackey for a motion.
259 ITL.
We have a second. Seconded by Representative Huff. Representative Mackey, you are recognized to speak on your motion.
I believe this bill is unnecessary. There was an amendment that was presented to fix it, but I think the amendment really doesn't accomplish much, and it really maybe made it even less clear as to what
point of the bill was.
Recognize anyone else who would like to speak? Anyone in the LLB? Seeing none, looking for anyone online. I see Representative Sullivan has raised his hand. You recognize to speak.
Very simply, Representative Sullivan agrees with Representative Mackey.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Any other comments? The chair will say that it was brought to my attention that the bill may have been more harm the way it has been amended, because it says, I think Representative Baruti brought this to my attention. It says between 0 and 3 uniforms, which could mean 0. Basically the situation we're in, not having a lot of time and to deal with a lot of these amendments and whatever, we did make contact and explain to the representative, but I did not get in touch with him. We never spoke, so it might be good for another day. Seeing no other hands, the motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate by Representative Mackey, seconded by Representative Seaworth. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was you, Brian. Sorry, I got Brian on the brain. Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Apologize, Representative Infantine. Did you take a vote on the amendment?
Since it's a negative motion of ITL, do you have to? I don't believe you do.
Okay, just checking. I apologize.
Anybody? Parliamentary procedure? I see a lot of shaking heads. No, I got that one right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, folks. Call the roll.
Seaworth,
Seaworth votes yes.
Callum,
Callum votes yes.
Mackey, yes. Nunes,
Nunes votes yes.
Warden,
Warden votes yes.
Turcott,
Turcott votes yes.
Lloyd,
Lloyd votes yes.
Huff,
Huff votes yes.
Melvin,
Votes yes.
Terosian,
Erosion votes yes.
Sullivan,
Sullivan votes yes.
Susie,
Susie votes yes.
Baruti,
Baruti votes yes.
Cahill,
Cahill votes yes.
Di Silvestro,
Di Silvestro votes yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt votes yes.
Toomey,
Toomey votes yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard votes yes.
Atchison,
Atchison votes yes.
Infantine,
Representative Infantine votes yes.
vote is 20-0.
Any objection to the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll place it on the consent agenda. Next bill in the executive session is House Bill 301 relative to Compensation Appeals Board. I recognize Representative Brian Seaworth for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass, and I have an amendment.
Second.
Second.
Second by Representative Turcott. You are recognized, Representative Seaworth, to speak on the bill and your amendment. Please move your amendment.
I would like to move Amendment 2021-0296H.
0296H. Does everyone have that? Okay. You're recognized to speak on your motion.
Do I need a second?
Oh, I apologize. We have a second on the amendment. Representative Turcott seconds the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, if there was any confusion, I sent out an earlier version of this amendment a little more than a week ago, and then you should have gotten the newer one within the last you got it today. This last amendment, it combines two different thoughts. This is the bill that is housekeeping in nature, and it clarifies that the members of the Workers' Compensation Appeals Board can be paid either per diem, which is currently allowed in law, or hourly, which is currently done by practice. at the suggestions brought up during the public hearing, the amendment was added that the per diems are prorated on an hourly basis using 7.5 hours per day, which once again is the current practice. So it doesn't change anything. It just makes it very clear in the law what we're doing. If you recall from the public hearing, this is a request made by the Department of Labor, which in turn is a response to the LBA audit, which said that it would be better from a control standpoint if their practice were clearly specified in law. The last change that makes today's amendment different from the one that I sent around a week ago is Representative Baruti and I had some discussions based on his conversations with members of the appeals board, and the language as proposed was a little unclear. We had talked about hearings being per diem, but there are other things that might be done per diem, such as training, such as meetings with the commissioner. And after discussion all around, we agreed, and the department also supported this, that leaving the language as it is, saying the work of the board shall be reimbursed, was the best way to specify and make sure we didn't mess with current practice.
Thank you, Representative Seaworth. Have any other comments? Representative Baruti, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the language, this amendment covers what the LBA wanted to do, specify the 7.5 hours. It gives a more clearer distinction on what the rate will be and for how long. It's at their rate. There's two different rates. There's a 400 and a 250. But the 7.5 hours makes it clear, and I think that's what the LBA wanted. And just want to thank Representative Seaworth for a wonderful, pleasant working experience working on this with him.
Thank you, Representative Baruti. Any other representatives wishing to speak on Zoom? Any representatives in the LOB wishing to speak on this bill? Thank you two gentlemen for working together on this. We have a motion and a moved an amendment. The first vote will be on the amendment. If you are in favor of the member, you vote yay. If not, you vote nay. Mr. Clerk, let's call the roll.
Seaworth,
Seaworth votes yes.
Callum,
Callum votes yes.
Mackey, yes. Nunez,
Nunez votes yes.
Warden,
Warden votes yes.
Turcott,
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd,
Boyd votes yes.
Huff,
Huff votes yes.
Melvin,
Melvin votes yes.
Terosian,
Terosian votes yes.
Sullivan,
Sullivan votes yes.
Susie,
Lucy votes yes.
Baruti,
Baruti votes yes.
Cahill,
Cahill votes yes.
Di Silvestro,
Di Silvestro votes yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt votes yes.
Toomey,
Toomey votes yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard votes yes.
Atchison,
Adjutant votes yes.
Infantine,
Representative Tyne votes yes.
20-0.
I'd like to, unless, without except,
We have to do the OTP.
that's right, sorry, going too fast myself, brain's going too fast. Now we have the motion on ought to pass with amendment. We vote in favor of that, vote yay. If against, vote nay. Any other comment? Anyone would like to speak on the bill plus an amendment, which is appropriate right now?
Mr.
Representative
Chairman,
Susi.
just a point of order. Who was the, who made the motion? Who was the second on that, please?
Was on both the bill and the amendment, it was Seaworth, followed by, seconded by Turcott.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Seeing no other hands or any comments, either in the LOB or online. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Seaworth,
Seaworth votes yes.
Callum,
Callum votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunez,
Nunez votes yes.
Warden,
Gordon votes yes.
Turcott,
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd,
Boyd votes yes.
Huff,
Huff votes yes.
Melvin,
I vote yes.
Rosian,
Erosion votes yes.
Sullivan,
Sullivan votes yes.
Susi,
Susi votes yes.
Barudi,
Rudy votes yes.
Cahill,
Cahill votes yes.
Di Silvestro,
De Silvestro votes yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt votes yes.
Toomey,
Toomey votes yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard votes yes.
Edgerton,
Atherton votes yes.
Infantine,
Infantine votes yes.
20-0.
Okay, 20-0. Without objection, I'd like to put this on the consent agenda. Thank you for all the thumbs up. See all the cool things we can do on Zoom?
You're doing a wonderful job, Mr. Chairman, so far.
Yeah, you may not like some of my votes further on, Representative Brody, but I'll do.
Oh, you got a good start.
I was going to say, maybe we should stop now.
Put lower ahead.
All right. House Bill 303, relative to required pay. I recognize Representative Seaworth for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on to pass, and I have an amendment.
Okay. Second by Representative Huff. You are recognized to speak and move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move Amendment 189H. Everyone has that. If you recall from my testimony, this is another housekeeping bill. It takes existing language in the RSA that is confusing, and it separates it clearly into two cases. One that applies to municipal and county workers, and then another distinct piece of language that applies to ski and snowboard instructional employees. The amendment then, in the original draft, that word instructional was left out, which could have been construed to change the intent of the existing RSA, and that's not what anybody wanted. So the amendment simply reinserts that term instructional exactly as it is in the language that's been struck.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I've done everything correctly here. The motion was made by you on your original bill with Representative Huff as a second. And then this is your motion to move your amendment. And Representative Huff, do you second that? We do. We have.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I just want to make sure I'm doing everything right here. Representative Cahill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to make sure that this is a housekeeping bill, and I'm glad that you put the word instructional in there so that we don't go downhill and have the housekeepers paid with ski passes.
Good point. I'd like to speak if I could for some of you new people like Mr. Cahill and Representative Cahill, and some of us guys have been on this committee for 10 years. I remember when this came to fruition, as many of you know, or if you haven't, if you are an employee and you are called into work and there is no work for you to do, you must be paid for at least a minimum of 2 hours work. And a few years ago, I don't know, 6, 8 years ago, it was decided that a lot of these people that work at the ski areas that teach skiing or snowboarding would rather, instead of having pay, they would rather go out and ski. That's what they like to do. So it allows them to do this. There was some concern that, we're going to start doing this with everybody. There's no work at the restaurant, so you can have a free meal and do this and how it's going to go. And it really hasn't metastasized into anything like that I can see over the last number of years. This is a very unique situation. And although we don't like to carve a lot of things out, as you know, we have a lot of carve outs in our workers' compensation laws for real estate agents and a few other things. So it makes sense to do these things. And as Representative Cahill aptly pointed out, making it specifically just for who it's supposed to be for, in this does clean it up, because we do not want someone coming into work and saying, well, you're supposed to do X today, but go skiing and we're not going to pay you for those 2 hours. And we all agree that's not, I think we all agree, let's be very much, that's inappropriate. And so any other comments from any members in the LOB? Representative Turcott, you'd like to speak?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am in support of this bill, but also going on the record, I am generally opposed to specific carve-outs such as this, but since this is a clarification more than a new carve-out, I will support it as written. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome. Any other comments from anyone in the LOB? Seeing none. Any other comments from our committee members on Zoom? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor of ought to pass with an amendment. Will you please call the roll on the amendment, Mr. Clerk?
Seaworth,
Seawood votes yes.
Callum,
Callum votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunes,
Nunes votes yes.
Warden,
Morgan votes yes.
Turcott,
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd,
Boyd votes yes.
Huff,
Huff votes yes.
Melvin,
Melvin votes yes.
Terosian,
Terosian votes yes.
Sullivan,
Sullivan votes yes.
Susie,
Susie votes yes.
Barudi. Barudi,
You're muted.
I don't know if we've lost him.
He's muted.
Rudy votes yes.
okay.
Let's see on my screen.
Cahill,
Cahill votes yes.
Di Silvestro,
Di Silvestro votes yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt votes yes.
Toomey,
Toomey votes yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard votes yes.
Adjutant,
Adjutant votes yes.
Infantine.
Infantine votes yes.
Amendment passes 20-0.
Amendment passes 20-0. The next motion on the floor is ought to pass with amendment. Anyone like to comment? Seeing none, the motion ought to pass. Mr. Clerk.
Seaworth,
Seawood votes yes.
Callum,
Callum votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunes,
Nunes votes yes.
Warden,
Morgan votes yes.
Turcott,
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd,
Boyd votes yes.
Huff,
Huff votes yes.
Melvin,
Melvin votes yes.
Terosian,
Terosian votes yes.
Sullivan,
Sullivan votes yes.
Susie,
Susie votes yes.
Barudi,
Rudy votes yes.
Cahill,
Cahill votes yes.
Di Silvestro,
Di Silvestro votes yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt votes yes.
Toomey,
Toomey votes yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard votes yes.
Adjutant,
Adjutant votes yes.
Infantine,
Infantine votes yes.
20-0.
The motion passes. Ought to pass with amendment 20-0. Without objection, place this on the consent agenda. Thumbs up from everybody. Thank you very much. We'll give it a second here for the clerk before I call the next bill.
Okay.
Sure. Super John Mackey's got it going. House Bill 348, requiring employee public notice of new amended collective bargaining agreement. Recognize Glenn Turcott for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a bill I'd like to introduce or recommend an ought to pass with an amendment. I do have an amendment 0047H.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second by Representative Nunez. Okay, you are recognized to speak and move your motion, your amendment. And what is the amendment number?
Amendment number is 0047H.
We have a second on that. Representative Nunez, you're recognized to speak on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment, as well as the main bill itself, is about one thing and one thing only, and that's transparency of the negotiations process between the public employer and really the taxpayer, as well as union members. What the bill does is it requires a 30-day period between a tentative agreement being reached and a TA being signed as a collective bargaining agreement. And how that is done is both a notice that a tentative agreement has been reached, as well as a copy of that tentative agreement shall be posted on the public employer's internet website. We heard several speakers who spoke against this. They were all, there were a couple of representatives of the union heads and or one of them a New Hampshire Municipal Association spokesperson who was also a former labor. And their entire effort appeared to be wondering why a 30-day period was needed in between the TA and the collective bargaining agreement. Again, this is for transparency. It allows the taxpayers, should they choose, to actually look at it before it's signed, and it allows the union members to look at it before it is signed. Some of the other things that they talked about, which kind of appeared to me to be nothing more than trying to throw the issue out for, or kind of do a sleight of hand, really, was they talked about not knowing what a tentative agreement was. Quite honestly, anybody who's a union head or somebody in the municipal association, they don't know what a tentative agreement is, probably shouldn't be in that position. They also brought up the fact that it was going to delay things by 30 days. I made that abundantly clear several times that if you know you have a 30-day waiting period, you build that into your negotiating process. You start early, or you just remember that you have that 30-day waiting period. They also brought up the fact that there would be confusion, people reading it. Well, to me, anybody who goes in to look at that is going to be smart enough to understand what's actually in there. The final thing that they kept saying over and over, well, everybody gets to see the collective bargaining agreement. It's posted on the New Hampshire Public Employer Labor Relations Board. Well, yeah, that's after the fact. That's after it's signed. That's after the collective bargaining agreement is done. And I almost got the impression that it was, we don't need to see this, we'll take care of it. And when it's all done, said and done, then you can see it. So I am, of course, supporting this transparency bill. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Recognize individuals who'd like to speak. Anyone on Zoom? Representative Sullivan. First up, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill causes a great deal of problems for public sector collective bargaining, and I'd like to try to explain again. There is already a 30-day waiting period between the time that a tentative agreement is ratified and when the voters approve it. This adds an additional 30-day waiting period before the ratification can take place. And that waiting period serves no purpose. During the waiting period between the time that the agreement is ratified and the time that the voters vote on it, everyone has every opportunity to review that collective bargaining agreement and the ratified agreement. If this was approved and 60 days prior to the voters getting a hold of this, the tentative agreement, the unapproved tentative agreement, not approved by anyone other than the bargaining teams, would be posted. During that posting period, people could review it. And if they complain about it and the parties change it, that would result in a new tentative agreement and a new 30-day waiting period. That 30-day waiting period would push past the other waiting period, and the collective bargaining agreement could not be presented to the voters. If the voters don't get the collective bargaining agreement for approval, that means that the parties will go probably a full year without an agreement. So I don't know if you ought to be starting or providing for 90 days or 120 days, just in case someone complains and the agreement gets changed during prior to ratification. So this would be highly problematic. And I would point out that the Municipal Association represents employers. So both employer and employee representatives find a problem with this bill. I implore you not to support ought to pass, or the amendment for that matter.
Thank you. Any other comments for folks on Zoom? Seeing none, any in the LOB chamber? Representative Seaworth, you like to recognize and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I listened to the previous representative advocate for his position, he may have convinced me to vote the other way. He proposed a scenario where a tentative agreement is reached, but when the stakeholders, if you will, got a chance to review that tentative agreement, they came back to the negotiating team identifying problems with that agreement and actually convinced the negotiating team that they had not reached a proper agreement and sent them back to come up with another one. It's hard for me to see how that's the wrong outcome. Don't we all want to see absolutely the best agreement that can be reached? And more eyes, if more eyes improve that process, I can't oppose that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments here? Representative Nunez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know people probably can't hear what I'm saying very well because I'm all the way over here.
Can you hear Representative Nunez? Any thumbs up? Could you hear him just speak? Okay, well, why don't you hold off, Representative Nunez? I'm going to go grab one of these speakers and put it in front of you, okay?
Do you want me to just walk over?
No, that's all right. We can do some playing around here.
I'll move it back a little bit, Mr. Chairman.
It's like David Letterman that used to come up close to the camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now? I have a question for Representative Turcott, if I may. Wouldn't this just mean that if a tentative agreement is made and it's not settled, then upon a new tenement agreement, the 30-day would start again?
I can answer that?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think going to Representative Seaworth's point and maybe your point, that would give the two sides the influence is the wrong word, the to get it right the first time, I guess is the way. So when you come with your tentative agreement to post it for the 30 days, the best thing for both the union and the public employer is to come with an agreement that's going to pass muster with the taxpayers and the union members.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Okay. Representative Cahill, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, looking at all the amendments that various members of the committee brought forward today, should we have a higher standard for the people coming to these agreements, that they have to get it right the first time, and that they have to have another 30-day penance if they find something?
I'm sorry, Representative Cahill, was that your comment or a question of
It was a question.
Representative Turcotte? I apologize. I was watching something here.
It's all right.
Was that just your comment, Representative Cahill?
That was my question to Representative Turcotte.
I didn't realize, I thought this was an executive.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. A lot of times
This isn't Q and A's.
A lot of times we.
Q and A's were made.
That was my comment then.
It was introduced.
It has been my practice on some things to have a clarification. If someone asks for a clarification, it's not supposed to be a debate amongst each other. It's a time to speak your mind about the bill. Someone can always decline. I always like to try to keep it so if someone has a question that is truly clarifying and trying to get an answer. So would you please, if you'd like to restate, if it's a clarifying type of question, Representative Cahill, the representative, may or may not want to answer it, but I would rather not have a debate if that's okay.
No, I was just pointing out that, sometimes people in their best efforts fall a little bit short, need to revise something. And that was just the point of my comment.
Understood. Thank you very much, Representative Sullivan.
I may not have been clear enough first time around, so let me try again. If you post it and you change it, it's not going to result in a better agreement. It's going to result in no agreement, because you'll miss that second deadline and you'll go past the district meeting. If you go past the district meeting, getting a special school district meeting or a special meeting before the town is rarely approved anymore. So that means that the parties would go a full year with no agreement because it blew up during that 30-day waiting period. That's not good for the employer. It's not good for the employees. It's always better to have people working under a current collective bargaining agreement. So that is the problem. You don't end up with a better agreement. You end up with no agreement.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. I'd like to comment. I was really surprised at the lack of emails or phone calls I received opposing this bill. I would have thought it would have been with much more vigor. I did receive a phone call and spent 30 minutes on the phone last night with a union head, and it was a very polite and productive phone call. And when I said to them, well, why do you have to have an additional 30-day period? Why can't the same 30-day period for the posting and the 30-day period before the vote by whichever the governing body is be the same time period, not 30 on top of 30? You did have an answer against that. I asked about the transparency, because that's the way I look at this. I do believe since the public pays for this, they should have the right to see it. And I understand, there's always a rabble rouser who would possibly look at this and make a ruckus and try to change it. But every once in a while, in the city of Manchester, a contract is ratified, and then people read it afterwards and they see the things that are in there. And some of the things in there where you say there's no increase in the budget, but what you did is people got extra things, which reduces their productivity from 10 sick days to 12 sick days, or this and that. So while it wasn't an increase in the budget, which would have had to been reported under the budget process, other things have happened. And I don't like that it happens after the fact that people find out about some of these things. And if everything we have to do here as legislators, we talk about transparency, transparency, transparency. We don't make these little games. This is, not like some other parts of the country. Everything we do here is in the open. Every bill has to be heard. Everything needs to be done correct. We don't have these private meetings. We don't make all these deals, except maybe what do you call it, at midnight, the budget on committee of conference, and who knows what goes on there. But I was just joking, sorry. So I like the transparency. I hope that it was not going to cause this delay, because obviously I don't want anything to not allow a collective bargaining agreement to go through, because they need to. It's good for everybody when they do. I am going to reluctantly, a little bit, I'm 50-50 on this. I'm going to support it. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. And if there's any concrete changes that can come out, maybe it happens in the Senate or committee of conference. But I have no problem with, someone made a comment to me that, oh, well, we don't like the public to get in because they don't know what they're talking about. The public doesn't know what they're talking about. They're just going to muddy the waters. And I hope that doesn't happen. I think 90% of the people won't read this if this does pass. But the ones that do, it's better to be well informed. So thank you, folks. And I see a hand, Representative Smith, and then Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everybody I spoke to about this thought transparency. Wow, that's really a great idea. We need to have people see what we're doing. And then they said, but the delay, what about the delay? What's that going to do with our relationship with our unions? And then they said that this is just more confusing than it would be helpful. You make a change, it goes back, someone says they like it, they like the previous one. What was the previous one? This isn't clear. I think this is a bad bill. I think it's faulty, and I don't think we should pass it on to anybody else to fix it. We could certainly work on it in committee. We could try to find some way to make this smarter. But as it stands right now, this is just not the kind of product we should be sending out for the House or the Senate to vote on. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the previous representative alluded to my concern is that maybe this really needs a bit more time, a bit more research so that we do understand what the implications are.
Are there any additional comments in the LOB? Any additional comments on Zoom? Representative Toomey, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've negotiated a lot of contracts as a public sector union rep. And, I'm dealing with representatives of the people of that, whatever community that I'm dealing with. And negotiations are incredibly complex. You go through all kinds of discussions and arguments over various components of the contract. Then after you get a tentative agreement, now it's put before, in Nashua, for example, 85,000 people. 85,000 people have 30 days to look at it. Any one of those 85,000 people can come up with some kind of an objection, even though they're not part of the contract negotiations, but they become part of the contract negotiations by this particular bill. So all of a sudden, one person comes up, or two people come up, or a group comes up and said, well, we don't like this. And by the way, you didn't address this thing that should have been addressed. And all of a sudden, back to the negotiations. And then you go back to the negotiations and you go through all kinds of months and meetings and those kind of things. And then 30 more days, somebody else comes up with this is an eternal negotiation. And this is what it will turn out to. In many cases it won't, in some cases it won't, in many cases it will. So it's a nightmare. And private sector unions don't have to deal with that. And I hope that we don't make public sector unions have to go through this painful process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Turcott and then Torosian. Representative Turcott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quite honestly, a lot of the stuff that is being thrown out here, nothing more than fear grenades. If we have an agreement that is settled, one or two individuals in a town of 85,000 is not going to be enough to change an agreement. One or two individuals won't do it. Now, if there's a clause or something in that contract where half the town is up in arms, as our chairman mentioned before, well, maybe that's the proper time to get it fixed. To the point about private sectors not having to do this, I can guarantee you that is the case. I'm a member of a private sector union. I was a negotiator for many years, and we had a very similar situation. If we brought a good agreement to the table between management and for management and our employees, it passed. We went out on road shows. We said what it was, the equivalent of putting it up on a board for 30 days. And if it was good enough and there wasn't outrage, it went out for a vote. If there were things in there that were so onerous that 75% of the pilots didn't like it, guess what we did? We went back to the bargaining table. That'll be no different than this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Torosian, followed by Representative Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as you know, I'm filling in on the committee, but looking at the language of this bill, it seems quite simple to me that it requires a bill to be posted for 30 days. And if a majority of the public doesn't like what's in the content of the agreement, they certainly should have the right to comment on that. As taxpayers, they're the ones that are paying the bill. So it seems pretty straightforward to me and common sense that that they be allowed to see the agreement during that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Toomey? You're on mute, Representative Toomey. Len, you want to speak again?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask the question that, for example, in the private sector, pilots, for example, they go through a negotiation, they come up with a tentative agreement. They bring it to their members, and the public sector, you bring it to your members too, your union members. But the pilots don't have to bring their agreement to all of the customers of the airline for their input. If I was a customer of the airline, why, I would like them to make less money so that my tickets aren't quite as much. But it's not the same thing. My point is, it's definitely not the same thing. And in the case of the pilots, they're only going to one entity. They're not going to another entity. In the public sector, you got to go to your membership. And in this case, not only do you go to the public, but you got to put it in front of them for 30 days for them to hash out and to act as another component of the negotiation. So I hope I'm being clear, but I can just see incredible problems for public sector employees and employers, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Toomey. Any other comments in the LOB?
Mr. Chairman, Representatives Bouchard and Susie have raised their virtual hands.
Okay, I will call on Representative Bouchard and then Representative Susie. Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a lifelong negotiator, I find, in the public sector, I find this bill very cumbersome. When you're talking about a tentative agreement, it's an agreement that is in a process. And it's not an agreement until both parties meet together and ratify it. And that's when there is the time of 30 days where the public can have viewing of it. Giving the public a view of a tentative agreement prior to that is a matter of confusion to the whole process, because that tentative agreement may not be ratified by one of the sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Susie, then Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to get a clarification because I'm going back to the public hearing, and I oppose the bill, but I just want a clarification because I think I remember asking a question at the public hearing as to whether or not in the 30-day window, and I negotiated contracts for the city of Nashua. I was on the executive board of the National Firefighters Association for 17 years. And I remember asking the question as to whether or not during that 30-day window, whether or not the public would have a say or they would be able to do something about it. So to me, there's a difference there. I believe in transparency. I believe that the public should see collective bargaining agreements. I don't agree it should be this way, but my clarification, I would just like clarification as to whether or not the intent of the bill is to allow residents, say in the city of Nashua, it may be different in towns, but in the city of Nashua, city of Manchester, to allow residents, citizens to have a say about things in that contract over that 30 days.
It's my understanding that the intent of the bill is to have it public so people can review it. It's still, you have 100 people that don't like it. It doesn't matter. It's going to the governing body. In the city of Manchester, it would be the alderman or the school board. And in the town, my understanding is in one of these towns, what comes up is what's presented by the council. That's the only thing that can be voted on is what's presented by the, so the individuals, if that's what you're talking about, Representative, the individual people, they can't make changes. It's still the governing body in each one of these things. They can at least have their voice heard to the governing body, and then the governing body can do what they want. They can ignore it or whatever. That's my understanding of the bill. Unless I'm Representative Turcott, I didn't want to have a question to answer, but if you're willing to answer that question.
I think you just adequately answered it, but I also have to point out that the discussion from most of the people on the Zoom call so far keeps talking about for the public. This is not only for the public's benefit, this is potentially for the union members. So the union members have a right. It starts to make me wonder why there's such a big pushback from some of the unions. And they kept saying during the initial hearing, well, you get to see it when it's signed and it's on the website. So this is clarity and transparency, not only for the public, but also potentially union members. Just want to make that clear. And that'll be the last point on it.
Is that all right, Representative Susie? Thank you. I think I see a couple of hands. I'm going as quick as I can here. Look at all these things. I see Representative Terosian and then Baruti, I believe. Representative Terosian, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to comment on the earlier statement that in the case of a pilot union contract negotiation, it's private and so forth, and that the customer doesn't have a choice, if you will. Well, the customer does have a choice. That is the difference. In a private sector situation, the customer has a choice. He doesn't have to fly that particular airline. If he doesn't like what the airline's doing and the union contract affected it to a point where he's not satisfied as a customer, he has other choices. The taxpayer doesn't have, in many cases, doesn't have a choice. He pays the bill. I mean, he could sell his house, I suppose, if it's a property tax thing, but by and large, there's not choice. So therefore, I truly believe that the taxpayer has the right to see the agreement. And if he doesn't like the agreement, he certainly can comment about it to the governing body that may or may not decide to take that input into consideration when they decide what to do. But at least the taxpayer or the citizen has at least a choice under being able to see the agreement to comment about their concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Baruti, followed by Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So many things I want to comment on, but I'll keep it short. First of all, union members have to ratify it. So that gets that layer taken care of before it goes out to the public. Also, I think I was surprised to say you didn't hear from a lot of people. I think we will. If we go to pass this, I think the town clerks and the, small towns will come out of the woodwork. They can't afford to go a whole year without ratifying a contract. They may have some real good employees that are working for them and they want to keep them. The next town over offers them more. Well, they could lose some good employees to go to another town to work because they're just getting more money or more benefits or whatever it is. So I think it's going to be really hard for the towns to set tax rates and keep employees. I'll keep it at that, although I have a lot to say.
Thank you, Representative Rudy. Representative Pitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm an alderman in Nashua. We have our unions come to us all of the information that people need to make a decision on whether or not we should pass it is available to the public at that point. They can come to hearings for these. They can contact us. Our information is everywhere. There's no reason for these to be posted months ahead of time because the decisions are often made just then and there. We're very lucky to be able to make decisions quickly. If we had to put something aside for a couple of months, it would be a waste of time. It would be a waste of good feeling with the unions. We have no reason to punish them. And I would ask when Representative Turcott speaks, if he would please make himself visible. It would be much easier for us to understand why he's saying what he's saying. If we could see what please, it's just a small thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the LOB? No. Any comments online? Okay, we have a motion on the floor about to pass the amendment. This is the vote on the amendment. Let's call the roll.
Seaworth.
Seaworth votes yes.
Ellen.
Ellen votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunez.
Nunez votes yes.
Warden.
Warden votes yes.
Gotta see your face, Mark.
Bear with me. Sorry about that.
Please restate your motion.
I still vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Turcott.
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd.
Boyd votes yes.
Huff.
Huff votes yes.
Melvin.
Melvin votes yes.
Terosian.
Terosian votes yes.
Sullivan.
Sullivan votes no.
Susie.
Susie votes no.
Baroody.
Rudy votes no.
Cahill.
Cahill votes no. This won't fly.
DeSilvestro.
Can't hear you, Linda.
Silvestro votes no.
Thank you.
Schmidt.
Schmidt votes no.
Toomey.
Toomey votes no.
Bouchard.
Bouchard votes no.
Edgerton.
Edgerton votes no.
Infantine.
Infantine votes yes.
Vote is 11-9.
The motion has passed. The motion at hand is ought to pass with amendment. Yes, I call the roll. Thank you.
Seaworth votes yes.
Callum.
Callum votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunez.
Nunez votes yes.
Warden.
Warden votes yes.
Turcott.
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd.
Boyd votes yes.
Huff.
Huff votes yes.
Melvin.
Melvin votes yes.
Terosian.
Terosian votes yes.
Sullivan.
Sullivan votes no.
Susie.
Susie votes no.
Baroody.
Rudy votes no.
Cahill.
Cahill votes no.
De Silvestro,
De Silvestro votes no.
Schmidt,
Schmidt votes no.
Toomey,
Toomey, no.
Bouchard,
Bouchard votes no.
Edgerton,
Edgerton votes no.
Infantine,
And I vote yes.
11 to 9 in favor.
Motion passes 11 to 9. Please submit the blurb. I assume there'll be a minority blurb. Please submit that to Simon Sullivan, and he will get that to me.
If they have a name already.
You can put me down.
Sullivan. So I didn't put him down. Next bill is House Bill 448, a committee to establish a study that compare federal Occupational Health and Safety Act standards with the safety and health standards of New Hampshire Department of Labor uses for public sector employees. That's House Bill 448. I recognize Representative Huff for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to render House Bill 448 inexpedient to legislate.
The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. Is that seconded?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Turcott. Representative Huff, you are recognized to speak on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This study idea has come up in the past, I believe. And at that time, it was deemed to lead to a very large cost to municipalities if gone to fruition. To switch the state to an entirely new system would be very, very costly. And at this point in time, I think that would lead to an unnecessary bureaucracy and an unnecessary expense for the state. That's it.
Thank you. Have anyone in the LOB wish to speak on this bill? Seeing none, anyone on Representative Sullivan, followed by Representative Infantine. Representative Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to clarify, this study committee has not come up in the past. There was a bill that came up last year. It was a full commitment to go to public sector OSHA. I acknowledge that there was a problem with that. And it was unknown what the costs might be or the benefits might be, because this will also result in federal money coming back to New Hampshire if we make the commitment. The study committee is not a full commitment to do public sector OSHA. What it will do is it'll provide valuable information, as Deputy Commissioner Ogden indicated. The Department of Labor will finally know how their safety standards compare to the OSHA standards. They don't have a full understanding of that now, and the Deputy Commissioner has told me that they can't make the commitment to do that study unless we tell them to. So this bill tells them to do the study, will give them valuable information, and will let us make an informed decision down the road as to whether or not we want to commit to do public sector OSHA. I should have proposed this last year. I'll acknowledge that. But I believe that this will provide very valuable information to the state of New Hampshire about our public sector safety. So I ask that you oppose the motion of ITL. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I am going to vote against the motion of ITL and hope to vote on a motion of ought to pass. I'm an insurance agent by trade. Safety is a significant part of my business. I have had 3 deaths. My clients have had 3 deaths over my 30-year career. I think 1 was mechanical failure and 2 were employee mistakes. I have an OSHA 10 certification card. I learned some valuable information about that. When I was a teenager, I used to work on a masonry crew. If anyone's ever been down on Amherst Street in Nashua, knows all those concrete buildings and block buildings down there. Well, I was a mason tender on those things. Let me tell you, we did some dumb things back then. Like a monkey jumping around on reinforcing, on staging. One day, some guy had a bucket of mud, as they call it, a mortar, and they bring it over, and he hits the scaffolding so hard, I wasn't sure whether I was jumping down or jumping on the building. And so I'm not proud of that, but those things happen. Now, we all know about wearing our hard hats, and if you're 6 feet in a trench, you have to have a ladder that goes 3 feet above, and all these other things we do so people don't die. And some of it's really, really simple. No one should go to work and die. You know, it's the way I feel about it. So do as best you can. Why does a municipal worker not have to follow a rule in a trench with a hard hat, with glasses, that a private sector employee does? I don't know what Richard Nixon thought of in 1972 when he created OSHA, if he meant that to be, but you know, I got a lot of hard time from my fellow Republicans years ago when I voted to disallow smoking in restaurants. Will, how could you dare do that? It's business's choice. So, well, no, not really. You name any other place where someone would be allowed to be in a confined space with carcinogenic fumes. Well, you'd probably have to wear a respirator and some of the things according to OSHA. Now, I did say to Representative Sullivan, I would support his bill, but you know, fire and police can't really abide by that because OSHA would probably tell a firefighter not to walk into that burning building. And OSHA would probably say to that police officer not to go into a firefight. So there's certain things that aren't obviously going to fit with OSHA and municipal workers, but a lot of things are simple. And I don't know about the cost. I know Maine has done something. I'd be interested in seeing that, and I would be interested in sitting on this committee should that be the case. So I respect anyone who chooses to vote however they want to on this bill, but that's just my personal beliefs from my tenure and my job and such. So thank you, folks, for indulging me. Anyone else would like to speak on the matter? Oh, Representative Smith, you're too kind. I don't, yeah, I thought you were pointing at someone down there. Representative Seaworth.
And I might, if you could point your microphone my way, loud enough. Probably pick me up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with many of the things you've said, and I'm honestly torn on this bill.
Don't be torn too long. You're the first vote. Sorry. Sorry.
Although you mentioned a couple of issues, some things with the cost, I'm certainly skeptical, and I think we do want to be informed about this decision before we go ahead and take it. And studying it in a legislative committee is probably the right way to go. Why I'm torn on this is I've also spoken to some people outside of the committee, and it has been impressed upon me the difficulty of even holding our standing committee meetings and getting them done in a timely manner is a challenge. And I think we're doing very well here in our committee, but the resources that the legislature has are being strained. And my concern is with having a study committee, that this is a lot of work. It's a lot of work for the department, and it's going to take a lot of investment for the legislators that are assigned to it. We have to convince a senator that they need to make that commitment, and we need to have the time to really go through this data. And I'm just worried that if we put this forth now in the environment that we're struggling with, it's not going to be met in the way that it deserves to be met. So for that reason, I'm going to have to vote no, but it's not a rejection of the concept. It's concerned with the details. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I see a hand, Representative Sullivan, but you look like you're frozen. Oh, there you are. No.
No, I just sitting still.
Representative Sullivan, you're recognized for a motion or for a
Mike, can I take the opportunity to try to persuade my friend Representative Seaworth? Number one, most of the work is going to be done by the department. You are correct. It will be a lot of work for them. I see the committee is not having as much heavy lifting to do because they'll be primarily overseeing what the department is doing. So that's number one. Number two, this bill very intentionally gives until November of 2022 for the report to come out because it is a lot of work. And it also gets us beyond the pandemic if necessary. So it gives more time and enough time to get the work done. And I think, and if we wait till next year, we won't have the luxury of 2 years because we'll be coming up on the end of the two-year term. And this is a bill that really works best in the first year of a 2-year term so that there's enough time to make the study. And I have to tell you that perpetually enthusiastic Rudy Ogden embraces the idea of doing this study, but he simply needs to be given the go-ahead by the legislature to do it. So I hope maybe I've turned your head a bit.
Any other comments from any members of the committee in the LOB? Seeing none, any additional online? I see Representative Brody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going to take a little time, a little effort, but how much time and effort is it for us to sit here and discuss something compared to somebody losing their life or somebody getting in an accident when they're paralyzed for life or just getting hurt, severely hurt and not be able to work anymore? I think the time and effort that we put in is much easier than somebody that's going to struggle through a bad accident. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any hands. I saw a thumbs up from Michael Cahill, but does that mean you're okay?
Oops, sorry, that was endorsing the comments of Representative Baruti.
Understood. I see no other questions. I'm going to call the roll. The motion is ITL. Mr. Clark, please call the roll.
Seaworth.
Seaworth will vote yes.
Callum.
Callum, yes.
Mackey, yes. Nunes.
Nunes votes yes.
Warden.
Warden votes yes.
Turcott.
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd.
Boyd votes yes.
Huff.
Huff votes yes.
Melvin.
Melvin votes yes.
Terosian.
Terosian votes yes.
Sullivan.
Sullivan votes no.
Susie.
Susie votes no.
Baruti.
Rudy votes no.
Cahill.
Cahill votes no.
Silvestro.
Silvestro, no.
Schmidt.
Schmidt votes no.
Toomey.
Toomey, no.
Bouchard.
Bouchard, no.
Adjutant.
Adjutant votes no.
Infantine.
Infantine votes no.
Vote is 10 to 10.
Being a tie, the bill is open for additional motions. Representative Addison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion about the pass.
Motion on the floor is ought to pass by Representative Addison. Is there a second? Second by Representative Bouchard. His motion is out for comment. Any comments? Would you like to speak on your motion? Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a good bill, and I think we ought to pass it.
Clear and succinct. Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives in the LOB that would like to speak? Any online would like to speak on Zoom? Seeing none, if you're in favor of the motion, vote yay. If you're opposed, vote nay. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Seaworth,
Seaworth, no.
Callum,
Callum votes no.
Mackey votes no. Nunes,
Nunes votes no.
Warden,
Warden votes no.
Turcott,
Turcott votes no.
Boyd,
Boyd votes no.
Huff,
Huff votes no.
Melvin,
Melvin votes no.
Trojan,
Derosian votes no.
Sullivan,
Sullivan votes yes.
Susie,
Susie votes yes.
Rudy,
Rudy votes yes.
Cahill,
Cahill votes yes.
Di Silvestro,
Silvestro votes yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt votes yes.
Toomey,
Yes. Toomey, yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard votes yes.
Adjutant,
Yes.
Infantine,
Everybody votes yes.
vote is 10-10.
So what we have here is a situation where the bill will go to the floor without recommendation. A blurb and not really a blurb, it's a recommendation paragraph to be, I'm sorry, Representative, what do you call it specifically?
It will go to the floor without recommendation.
Correct, but then each individual, each one from either side of the vote will write a blurb, but I think it's their recommendation as to why the bill either ought to pass or should be inexpedient to legislate. So, Representative Huff, if you would write one on behalf of the ITL, and I'll Representative Sullivan will let us know who will be writing one in favor of the ought to pass, correct?
Put me down.
Representative Sullivan. I want to hear one more bill on the executive session, then we're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break, if that's all right with everyone. The next bill in front of us is House Bill 563, establish a committee to study a living wage and utilization of public assistance among low-wage workers and their families in New Hampshire. We recognize Brian Seaworth for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this one, I'm not sworn and would like to make a motion of ITL.
Motion on the floor is ITL. It's seconded by Representative. Nope,
I did not hear the bill number, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. 563, Representative Nunez. Representative Boyd seconds the motion. And so you're recognized to speak on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes a study committee, like the one that we were so divided on, seeks information and helps us make a better decision. Other times when I read a study committee, I can see the results that are intended for that committee to produce written right into the bill. And the way this was presented, I think there are some interesting questions about wage, about cost of living, but I'm really uncomfortable with the assumptions that are loaded into the front end of this study, and I cannot support it.
Thank you. Is there any representatives in the LOB like to comment on the motion? I don't see any representatives online. Representative Smith, followed by Representative Infantine.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick because I know everybody could use a little break. I'm an alderman in Nashua, and I can see the effects of minimum wage and near minimum wage on the people, but I can also see the effects on our soup kitchen, the strain on our nonprofits, organizations that take up the slack in the local economy, because many of our jobs are service jobs. and that creates low wage worker that lives in our city. A strain on the library that provides services, the welfare department. So many jobs pay less than it takes to actually live here or live past one flat tire or one visit to the doctor. So every year a minimum wage bill comes through and we hear this about it and we hear that about it, but we don't hear how it actually affects the state. It affects people, but it affects the businesses, it affects the cities, it affects the towns, it affects all of us. And so an opportunity to look at the whole picture really isn't leaning towards one way or another. It's actually looking to see what we need to be a better state. I'll leave it at that, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Representative Smith. I'll wait and speak to the end. Anyone else like to speak online? I guess I am. All right. I have no problem. In fact, I agree with some of the comments Representative Schmidt made. I made a call to the Department of Labor and Department of Employment Securities, and I asked them if they have the bandwidth and the people to do this right now, given the issues that the Department of Labor and Employment Securities are dealing with COVID. And while they would be willing to do anything that we asked them to do, they have other things for other individuals to do right now they feel is more pressing. So we continue to talk, and it was mentioned in the hearing, and I have pulled off the, I have here, this is for Hillsborough County. MIT on an annual basis produces a very nice report. And on this report, it does every state and every county within every state. And it provides a living wage, a poverty wage, and a minimum wage. And it provides it in the categories of an adult with no children, 1 children, 2 or 3, 2 adults, no children, 1, 2, and 3. Then they talk about all the different things in the typical expenses. They outline the expense of food, childcare, medical, housing, transportation, taxes, all these things for the same categories. Adult with no children, 1, 2, 3, 2 adults, no children, 1, 2, or 3 children. This is extremely detailed information, and I didn't yet not know that this was out there. And I think it would be really duplicating the efforts. I mean, this, maybe I'm wrong. I think the MIT guys are pretty smart guys, and they have a lot of good things. And one of the comments made to me on one of the departments is we don't have the economists and we don't have the ability to do this as well as they do. So for the reason that this information, I wish someone had brought this information to me. I wish I'd known about it a while ago. I know it was mentioned. I didn't really take note of it in the committee hearing as much as I should have. But there's a tremendous amount of information down here by county for the entire state of New Hampshire. Again, repeating myself, a living wage, a poverty wage, and a minimum wage. And at this point, the information is here and available, and really don't want to take away the resources away from the Department of Labor and Employment Securities at this time. So I'll be voting in favor of the ITL. Representative Sullivan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. You and I had a chat about this, and that MIT data is very valuable data, but they're only, because of doing it nationwide, it's difficult to do it as thoroughly as would be helpful. And a county like Grafton is very diverse. It includes towns like Hanover and Lebanon with probably quite high living wages. And then a town like Woodsville, which is a completely different type of economy. So I think a study like this could drill down a little bit deeper than what the MIT does. And I would expect that they would probably use some of the MIT data to launch their effort. So, but I agree with you on the MIT, the value of the MIT data.
Any additional comments from the members of the committee? Seeing none. Any online? Representative Toomey, you recognize.
Yeah, there's another component to this bill, and it has to do with people on public assistance. It's sad that anybody that works full-time or close to full-time has to be on public assistance. But it's really important that we know what scale of that is happening. And it would be very valuable for us to make arguments about it. But on this, another aspect of it too is that if an employer isn't paying enough and his employees have to go on public assistance, he gets a competitive advantage over an employer that gives good pay and benefits. And I think that information needs to be known. For whatever reason, I think it's important that we know how much the public is paying for pay and benefits for employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional individuals wishing to speak on the behalf of this bill on Zoom? Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That MIT calculator is a great resource, and I've used it in the past in establishing my opinion when it comes to a minimum wage. However, I am supporting this bill for another reason, so that we can find out what does it cost us taxpayers for having all these low-wage workers that we have to provide for them. I think that is something we need to have a study about. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands on Zoom, and I don't have any hands in the LOB, so I'm going to call it the vote. Mr. Clerk, if you are in favor of the ITL, you vote yes. If you're opposed, you vote no.
Seaworth,
Yes.
Callum,
Callum votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunez,
Nunez votes yes.
Warden,
Gordon, yes.
Turcott,
Turcott, yes.
Boyd,
Boyd, yes.
Huff,
Huff, yes.
Melvin,
Yes.
Trojan,
Trojan, yes.
Sullivan,
Sullivan votes no.
Susie,
Susie votes no.
Baruti,
You're on mute, Ben. Still on mute, Ben.
Baruti,
It looks like he may have exited on accident. Oh, there he is, connecting to audio.
You're muted. You're muted.
Okay, I'm sorry, we had an accident. And Rudy votes no.
Cahill,
Cahill votes no.
Di Silvestro,
Could you say it one more time, please, Linda?
Di Silvestro votes no.
Thank you.
Schmidt,
Smith votes no.
Toomey,
Toomey, no.
Bouchard,
Bouchard, no.
Adjutant,
Votes no.
Infantine.
Every vote yes.
Vote is 11-9.
Vote is 11-9. Will there be a minority report? Minority blurb? Just let me know if there'll be a minority blurb. Thank you. I'm going to take a 10-minute recess. We're going to leave the microphones on and the camera on here. So watch what you say. And we're back in 10 minutes, folks. Thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Brian, if you're definitely gonna vote for the firefighter bill, then why are we gonna do the ITL and then overturn it?
I thought you were gonna recognize the PPA, and then we would just, write a night, minority. Yes, I'm thinking. And I just took down that representative. Unless somebody knew.
No, I'll have some.
As long as it's not late, so you don't time to catch up. Those first ones are so quick, it's hard to stay ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
No one's gonna talk again. Fill out all the paperwork. Serious. I think I got it right. I messed up a couple things, but I just crossed them out.
So Representative Nunez, you have more fun here or over in finance?
Well, Ways and Means.
Oh, Ways and Means, sorry.
This is my home. I came to labor last term, so this is like, you know, I don't get to spend as much time here now because I'm between two committees. I get a little lost sometimes, but no, it's good to be back in labor again.
It's supposed to be difficult doing two committees. I have a hard enough time with one.
Well, that's a very heavy committee.
Yes.
And
Well,
the time commitment is several days per week. So I'm happy to help out, but it does, you know, sort of put me in a situation where I have to run down the hall, we get back and forth to each one. And hopefully that'll straighten itself out as we go through our first year of this biennium.
Finance and Ways and Means are just unbelievable, the commitment you have to make to those. And then Mark Warden will tell you how last year, Mark, you had 80 bills in Commerce or something like that. I think they should break it into Commerce 1 and Commerce 2.
Yeah, it's ridiculous workload in commerce.
So when you're a freshman, you don't know anything. They say to you, well, what committee do you want to be on? Someone will say, well, what has the fewest amount of bills? You know, and
you never know though.
Well, we've had, I don't know, Representative Sullivan's online here. I don't know how many you guys had the last 4 years here that I wasn't here, but I think about 25 was the highest, 25 or 30.
First term last session, I think they won that.
First year of the session, we had a heavy workload last year. The second year of the term, it was a little bit lighter.
Mm-hmm. All right, if you folks are ready, some of you try to come back, put on your cameras so I know you're there. Because we're going to be taking up in a minute or so House Bill 231 relative to workplace lactation rights. Just want to make sure. Representative Warden, are you with us? All right. All right, if we're all ready to go, I'm going to reconvene the executive committee. I'm going to recognize Representative Cahill for a motion on House Bill 231.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On House Bill 231, I'm moving ITL. And it's with some regret. I know that the woman who brought this forward to us, Kate Fredericks, has worked on this for several years. But I think that the bill in the Senate will have much better chance of passing and accomplishing much of what she wants to do. And so I am moving to ITL on 231.
The motion is made by Representative Cahill, seconded by Representative Seaworth. You want to speak to your motion now? Representative Cahill, you kind of did.
I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Okay, that's all right. Anyone else like to speak in the LOB on this? Anyone online? This is Will Infantine. I'll just mention I did receive a call from the senator who had sponsored the other bills in the other, and I had a chat with her, and she said she felt that the other bills had been worked by many other groups, and a consensus had been made. I agree with you, no disrespect to the woman that spoke very eloquently in front of us and her ordeal. While I'm sorry she had to deal with it, has probably made all future situations regarding this better for everybody. So we're not dismissing her at all by ITLing this bill. Representative Sullivan.
Just wanted to mention that I received a call from that same woman. I'm forgetting her name. What I encouraged her to do is get together with the major stakeholders that have worked on the Senate bill. And if she has concerns about the Senate bill, work with them to come up with solutions. But don't ask us to combine two bills because we'll just screw it up. I'm hopeful that they will do that. And if there are improvements that can be made in the Senate bill, that they be made before they, well, maybe when they come to us. At any rate, hopefully we'll get a bill passed on this. I think it's a very worthy cause.
Agreed. Any further questions online, on Zoom? Seeing no hands in the committee room. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. If you are in favor of the motion, say aye. If you're opposed, say nay. Clerk, may call the roll.
Seaworth,
Seaworth, yes.
Callum,
Callum, yes.
Mackey, yes. Nunes,
Nunes, yes.
Warden,
Warden, yes.
Turcott,
Turcott, yes.
Boyd,
Boyd, yes.
Huff,
Huff, yes.
Melvin,
Yes.
Derosian,
Derosian, yes.
Sullivan,
Sullivan, yes.
Susie,
Susie, yes.
Baruti,
Yes, Rudy, yes.
Cahill, yes.
Di Silvestro, Schmidt,
Schmidt, yes.
Toomey,
Toomey, yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard, yes.
Atchison,
Yes.
Infantine,
Infantine, yes.
20-0.
Vote is 20-0. Any objection to the consent agenda?
No.
Before I say that, I know we're all trying to get things done quickly in the consent agenda. However, based on the topic, I think I'd like to put out there that maybe someone should at least speak to let folks know we're not abandoning this issue. That is up to everyone to make it if they would like that. I just don't think it should go on a consent agenda. It at least should be stated that this issue is being dealt with through a Senate bill. I'm just throwing it out there. Any thumbs up, any thumbs down? Don't care. Michael?
Would writing a blurb suffice?
Yes, please. Yes, it would.
I'll be glad to.
All right. Or thank you. Just wanted to put that out there. The next bill on my list is House Bill 501, establishing a minimum pay for adjunct facility. Representative Cahill submitted a significant amendment to the bill.
Skipped one. Did you skip 231?
Yeah,
we just did 231.
Oh, I'm sorry, 107.
Right. I apologize. I was going too fast. House Bill 107, relative to a minimum wage, hourly wage. I call on Representative Turcott for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I moved House Bill 107 ITL.
Is that motion seconded? Seconded by Representative Huff. You may speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much like many of these minimum hourly rate bills that we've done over the past many years, pretty much the same arguments I'll put forward against them, against the $22.50 per hour wage that this one calls for. Primarily, there's always this, and I find it's not with just the minimum wage bills, but many other types of similar bills like this, there's always the desire to insert ourselves, politicians and or bureaucrats, in between the employer and the employee. And basically, when we do that, we just muck up the relationship that exists there. That was with an M. Just for clarification. We had several businesses and associations who have testified to this bill specifically, and to many others, about the negative effects of going up to a $22.50 an hour minimum wage, and I must, of course, agree with that. Today's wages out there in the free market, where supply and demand determines what an individual is worth, produces wages far above even a couple years ago. My local Wendy's down at the traffic circle in Lee has sign up part-time, $12 an hour to start, part-time. Everybody's favorite whipping boy or whipping horse or whatever you want to call it, Walmart even, they recently raised their starting wage to 12 for part-time. They range for their hourly now $12 to $25 an hour. And this is a company that employs more individuals in the United States than New Hampshire has citizens. 1.5 million jobs that company creates. I know everybody loves to hate them, but that's a lot of jobs that they're providing to a lot of people that might not even have work without Walmart being around. So based on that, I'm a free marketer. I believe in letting supply and demand determine what an employee is worth, and letting the business and the employee determine that arrangement. So I recommend against it. I recommend in favor of the ITL motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turcott. I have a few hands up. I'll get to everyone. Representative Edgerton, recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to save as much of my powder as possible for the $15 an hour bill. I think that one's better structured. It's got a phase-in period. It's more closely aligned with the federal minimum wage potential increase. I don't know what the process of budget reconciliation is going to look like when it goes to the Senate. It survived in the House, but who knows? My problems with this bill are just the dramatic increase with no phase-in period. Even the example that I mentioned the other week, where Florida took the large step of doubling theirs from $8 an hour to almost $15 an hour. Still a phase-in period there, and it's still only doubling. So it's not that I don't support folks making $22.50. I think that's pretty close to what someone would need to survive in certain areas. I think 15 is a good floor. That's what I'm going to argue for. So I'm going to end up voting against this today. And I look forward to seeing when 15 gets scheduled, depending on what happens in DC. And I have just better arguments for that one than I think for this one. So,
Thank you. Any other comments here in the LOB? I saw a few hands online. If you wouldn't mind again, please. Representative Smith, then Representative Cahill. Representative Smith.
Oh, you're muted.
Still on mute.
I was unmuted. I muted myself. I don't know. You brought up the MIT wage calculator. And if you really looked at that closely, you probably could find out that in Nashua, the wage calculator thinks that you can find a studio apartment for a single person for $10,082 a year. That's $840. And if you can find anything, I mean, maybe a garage loft with no heat, it might be $800. But there you go. I just want to make it clear that no matter what you're saying about minimum wage, it really should keep pace with the rest of society, or cities like Nashua are going to have to pay more into their welfare department, more into their soup kitchen. And this is a discussion that we need to have. It really is. And by the way, Walmart is the largest employer in the state of New Hampshire. And if we're paying the most employees around $12, that's hurting the economy, because those people can't go out and buy shoes for their kids or go to the restaurant and enjoy themselves and be part of the community. And I don't know, we really need to do something, because we're going backwards with this. And I'll stop talking there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I don't support the 2250, I do think that that's probably pretty close to what a person would need to survive, on their own and without a roommate or a partner to share expenses. I don't think we can find an $800 apartment in Newmarket either. But when I'm thinking back to Walmart, now I know that they're a big employer and people go there because it's cheaper. But do you remember how many small businesses there were providing these products and services before Walmart became this behemoth? I think those were a lot of jobs that were there. And having them all conglomerated into one place isn't necessarily a good thing for our economy or our country.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Are there any other questions on Zoom? Seeing no other hands, any questions here in the LOB? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 107. If you are in favor of the motion, you'll say aye. If you're against, you'll say nay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Seaworth,
Seawood votes yes.
Callum,
Callum votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunez,
Nunez votes yes.
Borden,
Borden, yes.
Turcott,
Turcott votes yes.
Boyd,
Boyd, yes.
Huff,
Huff, yes.
Melvin,
Yes.
Terosian,
Trojan votes yes.
Sullivan,
Sullivan votes yes.
Susie,
Susie votes yes.
Rudy,
Rudy votes yes.
Cahill,
Cahill votes yes.
Di Silvestro,
Di Silvestro, yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt says no.
Toomey,
Yes, Toomey says yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard says yes.
Adjutant,
Adjutant says yes.
Infantine.
Infantine votes yes.
The vote is 19-1.
Agenda unless there's an objection. Seeing none, thank you. All right, next, guys, I have to speak frankly because I don't know if I've made a mistake here. For the next bill, I'll save that mistake for the next bill. The next bill before is House Bill 501, establishing a minimum pay rate for adjunct facilities of the university system and community college system of New Hampshire. We had a hearing on this bill. We were ready to exec it today. A major amendment has been provided to us. It was the opinion of the chairman and the vice chairman that it was so significant a change that it should have a hearing. So we are not going to be executing House Bill 501 today until we can at least have a hearing on that amendment. It basically stripped out the entire bill and came up with a new paragraph. And the objection. Okay, the next one could be a mistake on my part. We have House Bill 385FN. It was my intention of calling Representative Susi for a motion. And I just want to make sure I can do this correctly. I apologize for not giving you advance warning. We have an amendment to that bill, which is 2021-0307H. But parliamentary wise, this I don't remember, guys, so you gotta refresh my memory if I'm doing this correctly. This was submitted by Representative Pearson, the prime sponsor. Are we able to have a representative move that, even though the amendment is not in his name?
My opinion is yes, that because we have the amendment number, that after the fact, if it gets adopted by the committee, then it
That's
gets redrafted as the committee amendment.
That's true. We did that the
That's
first.
how I understand it.
Correct. We did that the first one today with House Bill 258. We
Yes,
didn't have
we
him.
did,
So,
we did, yeah.
all right. So sorry. Thank you for letting me, think out loud there. Representative Susi, if you're willing to make a motion on House Bill 385 FN.
I will do so. I just have one question of the chair.
Yes.
Seeing the bill, I don't believe that it was stated in the calendar that we were execing that today. Is that going to be an issue?
It was not. And I had emailed everyone about 385 FN and 590 FN that they would be executing. And our calendar does state, I was told, I got to make sure that it does state,
Mr. Chairman.
executive session on pending legislation may be held throughout the day, time permitting, from the time the committee is initially convened. It was my understanding the clerk has acknowledged that that is sufficient to bring forth other piece of legislation. I will also tell you, if folks do not want to hear those two bills today, they may automatically die because they have to be out by noon on the 18th, and we are not scheduled to meet between now and the 18th. So I believe we have made all the appropriate measures, but I have a question of the chair from Representative Turcott.
Inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I don't really honestly care which way we go on this, on whether we hear it or not. I want to be sure that we are following is what is in the calendar. Does that give the public the required notice that they are supposed to receive? That's my only question point.
I am happy to do what a majority of the committee would like, under the understanding that maybe not House Bill 385, because I don't know why I'm getting this, but I've been told that 590 must be out, 385 doesn't, even though they're both FNs. Don't know why. I don't want to push that luck, and I would like to hear both based on what I have been told. But this is the speaker's aide, Aaron Goulet, because the sentence I read, and because I notified each one of the members of the committee that we can have that. I am not above committee wanting to rule otherwise. I see a couple of hands. So that's my answer to your question, Representative Turcott. Since I did give notice to all the members and because that blurb is in there, I can get a ruling from this. I can get a ruling from the clerk, House Clerk.
Again, I really don't care. I just want to make sure what you're doing is in accordance with public notice requirements and all that. That's my only point.
As do I. Representative Cahill, you had your hand, and then Representative Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I know that this is not our normal practice to exec bills without an interval in between, you've articulated that the reason behind it and the fact that these bills will be delayed and will need to be out, and the standard disclaimer that executive session may follow, I believe covers the concerns of my friend Representative Turcott.
Representative Smith.
That's exactly correct. We've been doing it that way for the last couple of sessions. That little blurb tells us that we can, at any point in time, once it's been at a hearing, we can do it at any time we like. And since it's already had its hearing, this one can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, both of you. Out of courtesy to any of the members, does anyone have just any kind of an issue with not going forward with 385 at this point? I believe the outcome is going to be a positive. So for the ones who don't want it may not be as good an outcome, but all right, I'm going to go forward then. Anyone here would like me to talk to the clerk just to verify? I'm happy to take a 5-minute recess. I did talk to him beforehand. He seemed to believe it, but I'm happy to do it again if there's anyone whatsoever who has a concern.
Fine.
I don't see any, so I'm going to move ahead with House Bill 385 FN and recognize Representative Susi for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to not to pass with amendment on HB 385, and I'll move amendment 307H.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Representative Seaworth has seconded the motion. Representative Susi, you are recognized to speak on your motion and move on your amendment or introduce your amendment 2021-0307H.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think the public hearing, I think the water got muddied a little bit. I think there were some things that were said in there about the death benefit, this and that. I took Tuesday and I talked to Deputy Commissioner Ogden. I made some phone calls. I talked to you, Mr. Chairman. In a nutshell, this bill is pretty simple. We're going to move that age of 65 to 70 based on some of the what we heard in the public hearing that day. And I think some of the confusion comes in. Understand this. There are a lot of people that are working longer today. That section C is going to change the age to 70. If you look right above in the law, I don't have it on me, but in section B, it says that at the time of somebody's retirement, the benefits would expire 5 years after that his or her 65th birthday. Knowing that, I think former Representative Horn, when he originally put the bill in, wanted to move that age to unlimited. I don't think we can go unlimited. However, that 5-year window comes into play a lot for people that may work. We may have firefighters that work till 62 or 63 years old. And my question was to Mr. Ogden as to whether or not that 5-year window would really only give these folks 2 or 3 years to pursue what we call an occupational health injury. So I don't think it doesn't change anything else in the bill. What it's doing is it just changed that age of 65 to 70. And that's pretty much in a nutshell. I'll try to answer questions if people have them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak on this bill on Zoom? Not see any. Anyone in the LOB like to speak? Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we were together when this first passed a few sessions ago when it was first put into the.
That is correct.
Into the RSAs. And I believe at the time I was probably for it. I honestly don't recall. I'm not opposed to the concept of what's going on here. My concern is, and that's the reason why I will vote against it, not because of what it is, but I don't like the potential for the creep of the age. I mean, originally, the original bill took out any length of time, and now it's been moved up to 5 years. My strong concern and worry is in the next term we'll be coming back and there'll be another 5 years and another 5 years and another 5 years. So that's my only concern. Again, the concept, I was here when it went in, I was fine with it. I do have concerns about age creep in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Any other comments in the committee? No, I will speak after last, but no one here in the committee room would like to speak. I see Representative Cahill would like to be recognized. You're recognized, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also support the bill. And I just have another, because of this question of age creep, I've heard, now I'm hoping this can be retroactive, but I've heard that 60 is the new 40. Or, lifespan and energy and everything. And it may be too late for me, but I just want to just put that out there.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Any other comments from members online, on Zoom? Seeing none, any in the committee room? Representative Herschel,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Cahill because I turned 60
Nunez,
this year.
sorry.
So I'm glad to know that I'm 40.
Sorry, I called you Representative Herschel versus Representative Nunez.
Mr. Chairman, I get called a lot of things.
Trust me. I'm sure we all do.
No problem.
I don't see any other. I would like to just briefly speak. I do recall Representative Turcott when this bill first came up. And understand, we talked about a carve out earlier today about the skiers or the instructors. This is another carve out. No other industry is allowed to have a retroactive or post injury workers' compensation claim. You must be injured while at work. You retire today, that's it. If you got hurt last week, you better tell about it last week because you retired today and it's it. Okay, so we have carved out something specific for the firefighters. Now, it doesn't take a genius. It's pretty logical, as Spock would say, to assume that someone who goes into burning buildings for 20, 25 years of their career has a higher propensity to get lung type diseases or lung cancer. So this carve out was made. I believe the intent when this was, because this was much bigger, much more complex, as you remember, President Turcott brought down to something very specific. I think the intent was that the 65 may have covered everybody up to either age of Medicare or Medicaid, or it was going to be plenty enough because a lot of these guys were retiring at 60. But the bill technically says 5 years out of retirement. And I will take the union at their face value that they're being accurate, that because of new pension reforms meant to elongate their pension plan, some are starting with a different plan, some are starting later, some are working later. So for someone who's going to be not necessarily a on the truck firefighter who's going into the burning buildings, but ones that are now captains, district chiefs that could be, still working, albeit not necessarily, going in the building, that they could work till 65. So the 70 was a good compromise, which I recommended. Yeah, the hearing didn't go too well. There was kind of misunderstandings about a death benefit. There really is no such kind of a thing except when, a burial type benefit if you die from a worker's on the job situation. But I am too, I will say this just for the record, I too would not want to see anything come up, even if I'm retired from this chamber. I'd probably come up and testify again saying, we made a deal. This is what it is. We all agreed. Let's stay with the deal. Maybe 10 years from now, people are working longer and, we all find out that the COVID vaccine makes us live 20 years longer. Well, hey, okay, we can look at it. So that's probably way too much. So I will quit. Seeing any other, come on, guys, I get antsy here. I got to say something every once in a while. Anyone else have any comments? Seeing none here, the motion is on the amendment. House Amendment 0307H. If you're in favor, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Seaworth,
Seaworth, yes.
Callum,
Callum, yes.
Mackey, yes. Nunez,
No.
Warden,
No.
Turcott,
no.
Boyd,
Boyd, no.
Huff,
No.
Melvin,
No.
Terosian, Terosian,
You're muted.
Erosion, no.
Sullivan,
Sullivan, yes.
Susie,
Susie, yes.
Rudy,
Rudy, yes.
Cahill,
Cahill, yes.
P. Silvestro,
Silvestro, yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt, yes.
Toomey,
To me, yes.
Bouchard,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Edgerton, yes.
Infantine,
Inventine, yes.
7,
The amendment, vote on the amendment passes. Motion on the floor is ought to pass with amendment. It's open for further discussion. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Seaworth,
Seaworth, yes.
Callum,
Callum, yes.
Mackey, yes. Nunez,
Nunes, no.
Warden,
Warden, no.
Turcott,
Turcott, no.
Boyd,
Boyd, no.
Huff,
Huff, no.
Melvin,
No.
Terosian,
Erosion, no.
Sullivan,
Sullivan, yes.
Susie,
Susie, yes.
Rudy,
Rudy, yes.
Cahill,
Cahill, yes.
P. Silvestro,
P. Silvestro, yes.
Schmidt,
Schmidt, yes.
Toomey,
To me, yes.
Bouchard,
Bouchard, yes.
Edgerton,
Edgerton, yes.
Infantine,
Inventine, yes.
vote is 13-7.
Motion passes. We provide any blurbs in favor or against as soon as possible. In the old days, we used to sit here and stay in the room until everyone kind of fixed them up because we don't want people going home and forgetting them. I would like them by next Wednesday if possible, please. Give you some time over the weekend. If I have them in Wednesday morning, some of them could be in the calendar. No, it's not going to be in the calendar 20. Yeah, it would be nice to have them. Yes, we have to have them in the calendar. So I have to have these by, I'd like to have a Tuesday evening so I can approve them all by Wednesday at noon and get them over to where they need to be so they can hit the calendar.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
I'm sorry?
I have a question on the committee reports.
Yes.
Is there a form that is sent to us, or is that just a, how do we do the committee reports?
I would appreciate if you would email it to Representative Sullivan and he will get them to me.
Okay.
It's all going to be email. We're not going to have our little yellow sheets for a little while, guys.
Thank you.
I don't think they've developed anything online when emails will be sufficient at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. House bill, the last bill that we will be executing today is House Bill 590 FN. Ooh. Relative to paid sick time. Recognize Representative Turcott for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise for an ITL motion on HB 590 FN.
Your motion is next meeting to legislate. Do you have a second? Representative Huff seconds the motion. You are recognized to speak on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At first looking through the bill, it's obvious this goes well beyond something as simple as paid sick time. There's just so much added in here. That alone for me is enough to send this to ITL. However, much like the minimum wage bills or some of the other past paid family medical leave bills, once again, this bill gets in between the employer and the employee. The employer and the employee have the ability to make their own contracts between them, between themselves. For the legislature or bureaucrats to get in to start mandating laws for sick time for all businesses, when one business is going to be definitely different than a small business, is going to be definitely different than a big business. For us to get involved with that, I just think, again, is not our place. Sick time, vacation time, all those things were originally implemented by businesses as a benefit. And now legislature, or some in the legislature, want to make that stuff mandatory. And I'm just not in favor of that. We had many, once again, individuals who testified against this bill, most who were in the business world, and one eloquent gentleman who did a really nice job talking about what can happen and what can happen when this is done properly and what happens when it's done improperly. I believe somebody also mentioned during the hearing that the majority of businesses already have paid sick time, and that's, again, a benefit that's worked out between the employer and employee. So I rise against this bill and recommend ITO.
Thank you. Representative Atchison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to kind of lay out a little bit of background on why I don't think ITL is the right motion. So when we were hearing testimony during the public hearing, like the member said, we heard from businesses that were already doing paid time off, paid sick leave, and that's well and great. However, there are a lot of employees and there are a lot of folks who don't have access to that. I've worked jobs in the past where I haven't had access to that. And actually one specific example that kind of radicalized me on this issue was in 2018, I worked for a rubber factory, and this is a multinational corporation. They have the potential and capacity to offer a program like paid sick time. I was working third shift one night, and I noticed it was about summer, so bugs were around. And I noticed all of a sudden my skin started to itch really, really bad. Just, had to put down what I was doing, just violently scratching my back all over, no idea what was going on. I felt my throat start to get a little tight. And when I looked at my arm, I realized it was not a bug bite. I was breaking out in hives, and my throat was closing up. And I approached my supervisor asking if I could go to the hospital, because I placed barely a high enough premium on my life for that. And he said, you can go to the hospital, but if you leave, it will count as one of the 3 days off that you get in a year. Not paid sick time, just 3 days that you can miss if there's an emergency. Not rolling, literally 3 8-hour shifts. And what bothered me about that, I ended up going, thankfully, but just the fact that this company that could definitely have just, washed that away, they were fine, put an employee in a position where they were, first of all, concerned about the longevity of their employment, but then had to make a decision between getting paid for that evening and living. I mean, not to be dramatic, but I went to the hospital because I was concerned that I was going to die if I didn't get out of whatever was causing that allergic reaction. I'm grateful for the companies that do provide a paid sick time benefit. What we're talking about though are generally employees that make somewhere between $8, $9, and $10 an hour. They tend to be lower on the rung. We did the math the other week. Works out to about $640 to $700 a year per employee, which might sound like a lot. Were there not just a conversation on the other side of the street where the governor was outlining a plan to scale back the business enterprise tax this year. It just, a lot of those folks who don't have access to that paid sick time, they're not the permanent managerial class, they're not people who have access to Zoom and can do their jobs remotely. They're folks that have been, dealing with the nonsense of the last year in grocery stores, really doing the frontline stuff. They're not asking for a lot. They're just asking not to get their disease on other people at work because they have to choose between a paycheck, the longevity of their job, and infecting other people. So I would really love to see this OTP. However, I'm mature enough to recognize that the votes for that probably don't exist in this room. And as the chairman said when we had this hearing, and he was speaking to Representative Altschuler, said, I'm a Republican, so I have concerns with some parts of this, but I like other parts of this. And I would love to see a situation where we took another look at this bill. We took out some of the stuff that's obviously not going to pass in a Republican majority. That's fine. But we kept some of the stuff like protections for domestic violence victims or stuff like that. So I know it's an ask, and I would very much appreciate if the ITL motion fails, I will immediately make a motion to retain, and then I will volunteer to, we'll cut out a bunch of the liberal stuff in the bill. We'll try to get stuff that we can all agree on, and we'll try to move something forward in the House that keeps those domestic violence protections in there, keeps other good stuff in there. So we don't just end up throwing away the good stuff in the bill that the chairman was referring to. So that's my ask. I'd ask folks to vote against ITL. And then, like I said, I'll immediately make a motion for retain so that we can go through, find stuff we all want. I think that's the most productive way forward because I really don't want to lose that good stuff that's in there.
Thank you for your testimony. Any representatives in the LOB that would like to comment? Individual members of the committee online, show of hands if anyone would like to speak. I have Representative Sullivan, then Representative Cahill. Representative Sullivan. You're still muted, Brian. Yeah, I know we all did that.
I'll figure it out. I was beginning to say, I believe this is a good bill as written. I think it's a reasonable benefit, not overwhelming, and I believe it warrants the support of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would concur with Representative Sullivan. I know that we heard from the business community, but we also heard from a lot of members of the public who are working in these jobs without the benefit of a sick day. And I think that the amount that, 1 hour per every 30 worked is not an unreasonable ask. In fact, you may be familiar that I was quoted in many publications in response to the question about whether businesses could afford this. And I should have phrased it differently, that they should perhaps reassess their business model, but afford was the operative word in the discussion. And a gentleman called me last night and he was giving me a pretty good talking to. And we had a discussion, and 15 minutes later, we parted amicably. Even though I'm not a businessman, I've never had an employee. I'm not now, nor have I ever been a member of a union, for the benefit of some who may be curious. But I just think that we have an obligation to be balanced and to try to address concerns on employer and employee, and that's what the Labor Committee is for. So I'll be voting for this bill.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Do we have any additional speakers online on Zoom? All right, the chair, I'd like this Representative Infantine, oh, Brian? Representative Seward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was told I had the honor to be the vice chairman of this committee, I was pretty happy because I get to sit up here and look important, but the chairman gets to do all the work. And so it's always great being vice something. However, there is one duty that's buried in the House rules that is up to the vice chairman. And that is to review the bills for constitutional issues and advise the chairman when there is one. And that actually came to mind because one of the bills we worked on earlier today has this carve out for municipal and county workers that I believe is due to Constitutional Article 28A, which says if we're going to, and I'll actually get the words right here, if the state shall not mandate or assign any new expanded or modified programs or responsibilities to any political subdivision in such a way as to necessitate additional local expenditure. So back when this article was fresh, the legislature at that time, when we passed broad mandates on employers that increase the cost of doing business, we said, we have a responsibility here either to fund that with state funds or to exempt the political subdivisions. And here is a case that, yes, mostly we're thinking about the private employers that pay low wages, but I'm sure this impacts towns and counties, and we haven't considered that. And I will be voting against it for other reasons as well, but my duty according to the rules is to inform the chairman of this concern.
Being informed. I don't see any other hands. I'd like to make a few comments. I believe that employers should pay for a certain amount of sick days. I believe the employer should make that decision on their own. I believe that a good employer, which I try to say that I am, needs to do what's right by his employees in pay, benefits, and sick time, to retain his good employees and to have a good working place. I am very proud of a good working place. Not everyone feels the same way. But I would rather there be an incentive. I think this bill is not really a sick time, but this is a family leave bill. This is a kind of a watered down family leave bill. And I think that could be taken care of through disability, because I'm an insurance guy and I think there's a way that can happen. But on this bill, I would much rather see something where someone came to me and said, an employer, if they give each employee up to 5 sick days a year, and they can revolve 2 of those a year to the next year or 3 to the next year, if you take 1/4 of 1% or 0.5% off your BET. Because we should encourage, as legislators and as a government, we're not the government, I guess, but we kind of are, to incentivize businesses to do this. Now, not every business can do it, but at least if we give them an incentive, they will. Some are already doing it, will get the incentive. Some that don't necessarily do it will then do the math. $20 an hour, 72 hours, plus you got to add another 30% on for FICA and FUTA and unemployment and some of these other things. So it can get up there for a small business. My nephew, who has just started the business 2 or 3 years ago, has 3 or 4 employees just starting out. That might be a lot. Well, give an incentive off as a business enterprise tax, and that might do it. I also believe, as I'll stand behind what I said, which Representative Adjunct commented, we have, there are some things in there great, you know, for the, someone who's being stalked or something like that. We actually have a similar law in New Hampshire for unemployment. You can get unemployment because of some of the same reasons: domestic violence, stalking, things like that. One of the things that kills me is the civil penalty. When we make laws for businesses, we leave it up to the Department of Labor, for the most part. A vast majority of the violations for not adhering to labor laws is you go in front of the government. You go in front of the Department of Labor and they'll find it. They'll deal with it. Being able to have civil penalties, I always have a problem with that. I can't think of one. I know there's a couple. If you tell someone to do something dangerous, go on that. Well, sir, my harness, you know, is frayed and broken. I don't care. Go do it anyway. So the gentleman gets hurt or dies. That passes. It can go through the corporate veil to both the corporation and the personal. Some of the few things that are out there. But I don't like a civil penalty. I'm sorry I can't give you what you want, Representative. I would rather come back as an incentive bill. I believe, if I'm mistaken, you feel free to correct me right now. Isn't there a similar Senate bill also that will be coming to us, or that's over there to be dealt with on the same issue as paid sick time? I think there is, but
I don't know.
that's the only reason I wouldn't go with the retention. So I'd really love to have every employer offer sick time. It is very good for everybody. Government shouldn't decide it, but giving an incentive would be. And Walmart gets thrown around a lot. And as you know, I don't like Walmart. I boycott Walmart. I'm probably the only one in this room that boycotts Walmart because of the way they are. So, you know, they are what they are, and, you know, they deserve the reputation they have. Enough said by me, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to be honest, it had not occurred to me that this incentive might be the better way to go. I didn't have anything to do with writing the bill, but I think, you know, if we did put this into some sort of a work session, maybe even this term, it could be done. And if not, certainly retaining it. This could be something that most of us could agree on and solve a big problem for many people in our state.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Any additional comments of anyone online? Seeing none, any comments for our members here in the committee room? Seeing none, we do have a motion on the floor of an expedient to legislate. It has been seconded. If you're in favor of the motion, say aye. If opposed, say nay. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Seaworth.
Seaworth votes yes.
Callum.
Callum votes yes.
Mackey votes yes. Nunez.
Nunez votes yes.
Borden.
Borden, yes.
Turcott.
Turcott, yes.
Boyd.
Boyd, yes.
Huff.
Huff, yes.
Melvin.
Melvin votes yes.
Terosian.
Terosian, yes.
Sullivan.
Sullivan, no.
Susie.
Lucy votes no.
Rudy.
Rudy votes no.
Cahill.
Cahill votes no.
Di Silvestro.
Di Silvestro votes no.
Schmidt.
Schmidt votes no.
Toomey.
Toomey, no.
Bouchard. Bouchard.
Bouchard votes no. I wasn't unmuted. Sorry.
Edston.
No.
Infantine.
Yes, but disappointed.
Vote is 11-9.
The motion passes. I have no, yes. Representative Addington, will you be completing the minority report?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Will it be the?
I'll conference with that.
All right, I have no other items on the agenda. We will be meeting probably Wednesday, I think it's March 4th, where we will have one hearing for 501. And then we will look to have an executive session on a number of the outstanding bills. Well, let me just officially do this. I close the executive session and then, so that's closed. And Representative Sullivan asked me why I did not call both minimum wage bills today. And I want to see what's going to happen in Washington. So there's things going back and forth. I'm not going to do the debate on the good, bad, or the ugly. It is what it is. So I wanted to have some time to see what was going on. That was the reason why. I'll recognize shortly Representative Toomey. So we will be executing those remaining bills and try to get your blurbs to me by Tuesday evening so we can have them ready on Wednesday. Unless I get a text here from, I'm just going to check my texts to see if I get a text here from Heather telling me no, they have to be in sooner. I'm waiting for you, Heather, if you are listening, but
It probably would help her to have it in a little bit sooner. It did last year. If you just made it a day earlier, I think that would be, and we've got plenty of days to do it.
if everyone can get them to me on Monday evening, great. I'll deal with Tuesday morning, but I'll try the weekend, try to get it to me on Monday. I would appreciate it. Those are the only comments I have. Representative Toomey, you've asked to be recognized.
Thank you. You said, unless I misunderstood you, you said Wednesday, March 4th. Wednesday is March 3rd.
Right, I apologize. I may have misspoke. I meant Thursday. I'm trying to keep us consistent. There's certain people have jobs and they want to be able to, first of all, I don't want to keep people out any more than they have to be to lose a day of work. And I want to keep it consistent because many people have a situation where they work every Wednesday or every Monday or something. So I'm trying to keep it consistent with a Thursday. Representative Toomey.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the members? I appreciate everyone's candor and polite way they handled themselves today. Not everyone's going to get what they want all the time, but we try to make it professional here as best we can. So I do appreciate everyone today. Thank you very much.